Forget the underdog story. What if the Hidden Leaf savior carried the soul of a galactic tyrant? Imagine Naruto wielding Thragg's ruthless might, shattering the shinobi world not with hope, but with absolute dominance. The will of fire meets Viltrumite bloodlust. Can the ninja world survive its own hero?
The sun consumed everything. Grand Regent Thragg, conqueror of 1,000 worlds, architect of the Viltrumite Empire's greatest era, felt his flesh bubble and melt. The star's corona wrapped around him like a living thing, peeling away layers of his invulnerable skin with patient, infinite cruelty. Mark Grayson, Invincible, that pathetic half-breed, had done this. Locked him in combat so close to the sun that even Viltrumite biology couldn't withstand it. His mustache burned away first, then his hair. The armor that had withstood planetary explosions liquefied and dripped away like water. Thragg's scream had no sound in the vacuum, but his rage was infinite. His bones cracked from thermal expansion, marrow boiling inside calcium shells that had never known breaking. His eyes cooked in their sockets. The pain transcended description, every nerve ending firing its death scream simultaneously. I am Thragg. I am the Empire. I cannot die like this, but he did. The last thing the Grand Regent felt was his heart, that mighty organ that had beaten for thousands of years, rupturing inside his chest cavity. Darkness swallowed him. Not the darkness of unconsciousness, but the absolute void of extinction. Then, crying. Someone was crying. The sound grated against his consciousness like nails on steel. Thragg tried to move, to silence the pathetic wailing, but his body wouldn't respond. His limbs were wrong, too small, too weak, uncoordinated. Panic surged through him, an emotion he hadn't felt in centuries. He tried to fly, to tear free from whatever prison held him. Nothing. His eyes opened. The world was blurry, colors bleeding together without definition. Shapes moved above him, massive things that made sounds he couldn't parse. His head turned with agonizing slowness. His hand entered his field of vision. It was tiny, pink, soft. He was an infant. The realization crashed through him like a tidal wave. Somehow impossibly, he lived again. But as what? This weak, mewling thing that couldn't even control its own neck muscles? The humiliation burned hotter than the sun that had killed him. Thragg tried to roar his fury, to channel centuries of conquest into a battle cry that would shake this new world to its foundations. What emerged was a baby's wail. The large shapes, adults, he realized, his vision slowly clearing, cooed and fussed over him. They spoke in a language his Viltrumite mind absorbed and decoded within hours. Japanese. He was in a place called Konohagakure, the Hidden Leaf Village. A settlement of warriors who called themselves shinobi and wielded something called chakra, and he was Naruto Uzumaki. The name meant nothing to him. What mattered was the whispered conversation he heard in his first weeks of life. A demon, a nine-tailed fox sealed inside him, the fourth Hokage's sacrifice. The villagers' hatred. Thragg didn't care about their demon. What he cared about was the weakness of his new body. He focused inward, searching for his Viltrumite physiology, terrified it had been stripped away in this cosmic joke of reincarnation. There, buried deep in his cellular structure, dormant but present, was his true nature. The efficient biology that could survive in vacuum, process sunlight for energy, generate force enough to shatter planets. It was there, just locked behind the limitations of infant musculature and underdeveloped bone structure. He could work with this. Thragg. Naruto forced himself to patience. He had lived thousands of years. He could endure a few more of weakness while this body matured. He would train it, forge it, push it beyond the limitations of normal human development. And once he reached physical maturity, he would reclaim his birthright. This world would kneel. These shinobi would become his new Viltrumite army, and anyone who stood in his way would learn what it meant to face a Grand Regent. The baby stopped crying. In the orphanage crib, alone in the darkness, Naruto Uzumaki's eyes gleamed with cold, ancient intelligence. The conquest had begun. 4 years old was when Thragg truly began. His body had developed enough motor control for basic movement. Most children this age played with toys and cried for their mothers. Naruto woke before dawn and began training with a regiment that would have killed adult athletes. The orphanage caretakers found him in the yard doing push-ups. Not the clumsy, uncoordinated attempts of a toddler, but perfect form repetitions that went on for hours. When they tried to stop him, to tell him children needed rest and play, he fixed them with eyes that held no childish warmth. "Leave me," he said, his voice carrying an authority that made grown women step back instinctively. They left. Naruto trained like a man possessed, because in a sense, he was. Every push-up, every squat, every sprint around the orphanage grounds was calculated to stimulate his Viltrumite physiology. He could feel it waking up, responding to the stress he placed on his developing frame. Muscles that shouldn't exist on a 4-year-old's body began to cord beneath his skin. His bones thickened, density increasing beyond human norms. By 5, he could crack the wooden practice posts with his bare fists. By 6, he'd stopped attending the orphanage's basic lessons. What could they teach him? Mathematics? He'd calculated hyperspace trajectories across galaxies. History? He'd lived it, conquered it, shaped it across 1,000 worlds. Reading and writing he absorbed in days, the Japanese language system, simple compared to the complexity of Viltrumite strategic notation. Instead, he focused entirely on physical development. He ran laps around the village at speeds that made Anbu pause and take notice. He lifted stones that weighed more than his body. He punched trees until the bark shredded and the wood beneath cracked. The villagers watched with growing unease. The demon child, they whispered, was becoming something inhuman. They had no idea how right they were. At 7, Naruto experienced his first real test of his returning powers. A group of drunk civilians emboldened by sake and hatred cornered him in an alley. 5 adults, their faces twisted with loathing for the container of the 9 tails. "Monster," one of them slurred, raising a wooden club. "You killed the 4th Hokage. You don't deserve to live in this village." The man swung. Naruto didn't move. He simply stood there, arms at his sides, and let the club connect with his skull. The wood exploded into splinters. The drunk stared at his shattered weapon, confusion washing over his face. Naruto's head hadn't moved. There was no blood, no bruise, not even a red mark on his skin where the club had struck. "Pathetic," Naruto said. He moved. Not the clumsy brawling of a child, but the calculated efficiency of a warrior who'd ended billions of lives. His palm strike caught the first man in the solar plexus with just enough force to rupture internal organs without splattering him across the alley wall. The man dropped, wheezing blood. The others rushed him. Naruto's fist caught the second man's jaw with a wet crunch, the bone fragmenting like glass. A spinning backhand sent the third through a shop window. The 4th tried to run. Naruto grabbed his collar and hurled him into the 5th with force that broke ribs on both men. 11 seconds. 5 men disabled. Naruto stood over the groaning, bleeding adults without a scratch on him. An Anbu materialized from the shadows, taking in the scene with trained eyes. "They attacked me," Naruto said simply, his voice devoid of fear or remorse. "I defended myself." The Anbu looked at the carnage, at the 7-year-old boy who just hospitalized 5 grown men, and vanished without a word. The next day, the Hokage summoned him. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, sat behind his desk studying the boy before him. Naruto stood at attention, back straight, hands clasped behind him, the posture of a soldier awaiting orders from a superior officer. Not the stance of a frightened child called before the village leader. "Naruto," Hiruzen began, his voice gentle, "I've received concerning reports about you." "Define concerning." The Hokage blinked at the clinical tone. "You hospitalized 5 men yesterday. Before that, you've been observed training at hours and intensities that worry the medical staff. You don't play with other children. You don't smile. You speak like an adult. I'm worried about your mental development." "My mental development is optimal," Naruto replied. "I train my body because strength is the only currency that matters. I don't play because play is a waste of time. I don't smile because I have nothing to smile about. I speak this way because proper communication requires precision." Hiruzen leaned back, troubled. "Naruto, you're 7 years old. Children should play, should laugh, should—" "I am not a child." The words hung in the air like a blade. Hiruzen felt something primal stir in his gut, recognition that he was in the presence of something far older than the body it inhabited. The boy's blue eyes held depths that shouldn't exist in someone so young. "Then, what are you?" Hiruzen asked quietly. Naruto considered the question. Telling this man the truth, that he was a thousands-year-old alien warlord reincarnated into his body, would accomplish nothing. They'd think him insane or possessed. Better to frame it in terms they could accept. I am a weapon, Naruto said finally, forged by circumstance, owned by discipline, and pointed at whatever target proves itself worthy of conquest. Your village feared me, hated me, tried to break me. Instead, you created something that will eventually surpass everything you've built. The third Hokage felt ice slide down his spine. This wasn't the bravado of a traumatized child acting tough. This was a statement of fact delivered with absolute certainty. I see, Hiruzen said carefully. And what are your intentions? To grow stronger, to assess this world's warriors, and when I've reached my full potential, to build an empire from the ashes of weakness. Silence stretched between them. I could stop you, Hiruzen said, though his voice lacked conviction. Place seals on you, restrict your movements, assign you constant supervision. You could try. Naruto's lips quirked in something that wasn't quite a smile. But we both know you won't, because despite your fear, you're curious. You want to see what I become, and part of you hopes I'll be the weapon you can point at your enemies instead of your own throat. The accuracy of the assessment made Hiruzen's blood run cold. The boy was right. Konoha faced threats from every direction. Orochimaru, the Akatsuki, the other hidden villages. A weapon of Naruto's potential could be invaluable, or it could be the village's doom. I'll be watching you, Naruto Uzumaki, Hiruzen said finally. Closely. I expected nothing less. May I go? Hiruzen nodded, and Naruto left without bowing or any gesture of respect. The Hokage sat in his office long after the boy departed, staring at the paperwork that detailed every concerning incident. The shattered practice posts, the injured civilians, the Anbu reports of inhuman durability and strength. Whatever Naruto Uzumaki was, it was only just beginning to emerge, and Hiruzen had no idea how to stop it. The academy years were a special kind of torture. Not for Naruto, for his instructors. At age 8, he towered over his classmates at nearly 5 feet tall, his body packed with muscle definition that made him look like a miniature bodybuilder. The other children gave him a wide berth, some from fear, others from the uncomfortable instinct that he simply wasn't one of them. Iruka Umino, the primary instructor, tried his best to integrate Naruto into normal lessons. Today we'll be learning the clone jutsu, Iruka announced, demonstrating the hand signs. This is a fundamental technique that every shinobi must master. Naruto sat in the back row, arms crossed, radiating disinterest. Naruto, pay attention, Iruka called. This will be on the graduation exam. I'm not learning it. The class went silent. Iruka's eye twitched. Excuse me? I said I'm not learning it. Naruto stood, his presence seeming to fill the room despite his youth. I'm not learning any jutsu. Chakra is a crutch for the weak who can't forge their own strength. It's borrowed power, external energy manipulated through hand signs and meditation. I don't borrow power. I am power. That's ridiculous, Sakura Haruno shouted from her seat. Everyone uses chakra. It's what makes us shinobi. Naruto's gaze swung to her, and she flinched. Then you're all weak. You rely on tricks and illusions instead of honing your bodies to perfection. When your chakra depletes, you're helpless. When your jutsu fail, you die. I will never be helpless. I will never rely on anything but my own 2 hands. Naruto, that's enough, Iruka said firmly. Shinobi arts are irrelevant to me. Naruto walked toward the door. I'll attend the physical training sessions. The rest is a waste of my time. He left. Iruka wanted to stop him, to drag him back and force him to participate. But something about the boy's certainty made him hesitate. More concerning were the whispered reports from the taijutsu instructors. Naruto could already outfight the academy's advanced students. Some said he moved like a jonin, hitting with force that cracked ribs even through protective padding. The academy didn't know what to do with him. Mizuki, the assistant instructor, watched Naruto leave with calculation in his eyes. A student who refused to learn ninjutsu would never graduate through normal means, which meant Mizuki's plan to steal the Forbidden Scroll could use Naruto as the perfect patsy. He just needed to wait for the right moment. Years passed. Naruto's body continued to develop at a rate that defied medical explanation. By age 10, he stood 6 feet tall, broader through the shoulders than most adults. his musculature so pronounced that he looked carved from marble. His blonde hair had grown longer, swept back from his face in a style that conveyed regal authority. His eyes, once bright blue and childish, had gone cold and calculating. He trained every day with religious devotion, running through the forest of death at speeds that blurred his form, lifting boulders twice his size, punching trees until they toppled. The Anbu assigned to watch him filed reports that grew increasingly concerned. Subject displays strength at least 50 times normal human capacity. Subject ran 200 kilometers in under 2 hours. Subject was observed stopping a charging boar with one hand, then crushing its skull. Subject shows no signs of fatigue after 12 hours of continuous training. Hiruzen read every report with growing dread. Naruto was becoming something unprecedented, something that existed outside the normal framework of shinobi power scaling. And the boy still refused to learn a single jutsu. The other students feared and resented him in equal measure. Sasuke Uchiha, the academy's top student and last Uchiha, tried to challenge Naruto during a sparring session. It lasted 4 seconds. Sasuke opened with a textbook combination: feint high, sweep low, kunai thrust to midsection. Naruto stood still and let the kunai strike his abdomen. The steel blade bent on impact, the tip crumpling like aluminum foil against concrete. Sasuke stared at his ruined weapon in disbelief. Naruto moved. A casual palm strike to Sasuke's chest launched the Uchiha across the training ground and through a wooden fence. The other students gasped. Sasuke lay in the wreckage, gasping, ribs bruised but not broken. Naruto had pulled the strike, using just enough force to humiliate without crippling. "You rely on your bloodline," Naruto said, walking over to stand above Sasuke. "The Sharingan you haven't even awakened yet. You think it makes you special, destined for greatness. But what will you do when you face someone your eyes can't track? When your fire jutsu can't burn? When your famous clan techniques shatter against true strength?" He offered Sasuke his hand. The Uchiha slapped it away and stood on his own, pride wounded deeper than his ribs. "I'll surpass you," Sasuke hissed. "The Uchiha are elite. I'm elite. You're just a dead last?" Naruto smiled without warmth. "An orphan? A demon container? Finish your sentence, Sasuke. Tell me what I am." Sasuke's mouth worked, but no sound came out. Because looking at Naruto, at his impossible physique, his aura of absolute confidence, his eyes that held no fear or doubt, Sasuke knew the truth. Naruto was superior in every measurable way, and that knowledge burned like acid. From that day forward, Sasuke trained like a man possessed, driven by the need to surpass the blonde monster who'd made him feel weak. But no amount of extra practice, no Uchiha technique, no fireball jutsu could close the gap, because Sasuke was trying to become superhuman. Naruto already was. Age 12. Graduation day. The final exam required students to perform 3 basic jutsu: transformation, substitution, and clone. Naruto sat through the first 2 demonstrations without participating, ignoring Iruka's increasingly desperate pleas to at least try. When it came time for the clone jutsu, Iruka made one final appeal. "Naruto, please. I know you have issues with chakra-based techniques, but this is required for graduation. Just make 1 clone. 1. Then you can join your peers as a genin." "No. Why not? You're throwing away your future over pride." Naruto stood, his 6'2" frame making even adult shinobi look small. "I don't need to prove myself to you or anyone else. I refuse to use chakra because it's a crutch, a shortcut that prevents true strength development. My future doesn't depend on a headband or your approval. I will become what I'm meant to be, with or without your academy's blessing." Iruka wanted to argue, but what could he say? The boy was probably right. Naruto could likely defeat half the jonin in the village through pure physical prowess alone. The graduation exam was a formality, a bureaucratic requirement that seemed absurd when applied to someone of his capabilities. "Then I'm sorry," Iruka said quietly, "but I can't pass you. Academy rules are clear. I expected nothing less." Naruto turned to leave. "Wait." Mizuki stepped forward, his face arranged in concerned sympathy. "Naruto, I understand your frustration, but there might be another way." Iruka frowned. "Mizuki, what are you?" "The Hokage keeps a special scroll in his residence," Mizuki continued, speaking directly to Naruto. "It contains techniques that don't rely solely on traditional chakra manipulation. Alternative methods for those with unique circumstances. If you could retrieve it and demonstrate one technique from it, I'm sure Iruka would reconsider your graduation. It was a transparent manipulation. The Forbidden Scroll contained the village's most dangerous jutsu, and stealing it was treason punishable by death. Mizuki assumed Naruto's pride and isolation would make him desperate enough to fall for the ploy. He was wrong. Naruto looked at Mizuki with the expression one might give a particularly stupid insect. You want me to commit treason to graduate from your academy? You think I'm that foolish? Mizuki's smile faltered. I'm trying to help. You're trying to manipulate me into stealing the Forbidden Scroll so you can either claim credit for its retrieval or steal it yourself in the confusion. Naruto's voice was flat, clinical. Your tells are obvious. Dilated pupils, elevated heart rate, micro-expressions indicating deception. You think I can't recognize a setup? I've orchestrated the conquest of civilizations that existed before your village was founded. The last sentence slipped out before Naruto could stop it. Iruka and Mizuki stared at him, confusion written on their faces. Before they could question the bizarre statement, Naruto left the academy. He didn't go far. Because while he had no interest in Mizuki's clumsy manipulation, the Forbidden Scroll itself presented an interesting opportunity. Not for the jutsu it contained. He'd meant what he said about chakra being a crutch, but for the tactical information it represented. The village's most dangerous techniques cataloged in one place, knowledge of his potential enemy's capabilities. That evening, Naruto watched from a rooftop as Mizuki crept toward the Hokage's residence. So the traitor was going through with the theft himself. Interesting. Naruto followed at a distance, curious to see how this would play out. Mizuki moved with practiced stealth, avoiding ambu patrols and security measures with the familiarity of someone who planned this route extensively. He bypassed the residence's outer defenses, slipped through a window, and emerged minutes later with a large scroll strapped to his back. Too easy. The Hokage had to know about the theft almost immediately. Sure enough, Mizuki had barely cleared the village walls when he was intercepted, not by Ambu, but by Iruka. Mizuki, stop! Iruka shouted, genuine anguish in his voice. Why are you doing this? Why? Mizuki laughed, setting down the scroll and drawing a kunai. Because I'm tired of serving weaklings like you and that demon brat. This scroll contains power that should belong to those strong enough to use it. You can't honestly believe. Believe what? That Naruto Uzumaki is anything other than a monster? The Nine Tails is sealed inside him, Iruka. That's why the villagers hate him. That's why he's so strong. He's not human. He's a demon wearing human skin. Naruto, watching from the shadows, felt something almost like amusement. If only they knew how right Mizuki was. He wasn't human, but not because of some fox demon. That's not true, Iruka protested. Naruto is just a boy who what? Who trains like a fanatic? Who speaks like an adult? Who can break bones with casual touches? Wake up, Iruka. That thing is dangerous, and when it finally loses control, it'll destroy everything. The fight began. Mizuki was faster than Iruka, his strikes more precise. A kunai slash opened Iruka's shoulder. A sweep took his legs. Mizuki pressed his advantage, driving Iruka back toward the forest edge. Naruto watched with clinical detachment, analyzing their techniques with a warrior's eye. Mizuki had decent fundamentals, but relied too heavily on deception. Iruka fought bravely, but lacked killer instinct. Neither would have survived 10 seconds in a real battlefield against Viltrumite opposition. Pathetic. Mizuki raised his kunai for a killing blow. Iruka, wounded and exhausted, could only watch the blade descend. It never landed. Naruto appeared between them, moving faster than either chunin could track. His hand caught Mizuki's wrist mid-strike with a grip that crushed bone like breadsticks. The traitor screamed as the kunai fell from nerveless fingers. Nine Tails demon! Mizuki shrieked, trying to pull away. I knew it! You're not human! You're right, Naruto said calmly. I'm not. He drove his free hand into Mizuki's solar plexus with controlled force, enough to rupture internal organs, but not enough to explode the man across the landscape. Mizuki's eyes bulged as blood filled his lungs. He dropped, convulsing, dying. Naruto watched him bleed out with the dispassion of someone who'd seen billions die. When Mizuki finally went still, Naruto turned to Iruka. The teacher stared at him with horror and confusion. Naruto, what have you? He was a traitor attempting to steal village secrets, Naruto stated. I eliminated the threat. You're welcome. You killed him. Yes. That tends to happen when you rupture someone's internal organs. Naruto looked at the forbidden scroll, considering, should I return this to the Hokage? Iruka just stared, unable to process what had happened. The boy he tried to reach, had just executed a man with cold efficiency and seemed confused by Iruka's distress. Stand up, Naruto commanded, offering Iruka his hand. A soldier does not cower on the ground bleeding. I'm not a soldier, Iruka whispered. I'm a teacher. I teach children. I try to help them become good people, not whatever you are. Naruto's expression didn't change. Then you're wasting your time. This world doesn't reward good people, Iruka. It rewards the strong, the ruthless, those willing to do what others won't. He picked up the forbidden scroll and Iruka in one smooth motion, carrying both back toward the village. Anbu materialized around them, weapons drawn. Report, one commanded. Mizuki attempted to steal the forbidden scroll, Naruto said. I stopped him. His body is approximately 60 meters north of this position. Iruka Umino is wounded but stable. The Anbu captain looked at Iruka for confirmation. The teacher nodded weakly. The Hokage will want to see you, the captain said to Naruto. I expected nothing less. They escorted him to the Hokage's office, where Hiruzen sat waiting. The old man's eyes held no surprise. He'd known this confrontation would come eventually. You killed Mizuki, Hiruzen stated. He was a traitor. You're 12 years old, and he was a fully trained chunin. What's your point? Hiruzen rubbed his temples, feeling every one of his 68 years. Naruto, you can't just kill people because they're enemies. There are procedures, trials, justice systems. He stole the forbidden scroll. He injured a fellow shinobi. He would have escaped to sell your village's secrets to the highest bidder. I eliminated a threat to your military security. In any rational command structure, I would receive commendation. This isn't a military dictatorship. Then perhaps it should be. Naruto set the scroll on Hiruzen's desk. Democracy is inefficient. Committees debate while enemies act. Your council spends more time protecting their own interests than defending the village. A strong leader who makes hard decisions without hesitation would serve you better. The third Hokage felt ice form in his gut. Are you suggesting what I think you're suggesting? I'm suggesting that eventually I will be that leader. Not now. I lack the political infrastructure and military support. But in time, when I've proven my superiority beyond all doubt, this village will be mine. Prepare yourself for that eventuality. Silence filled the office like a physical presence. I could have you executed for that statement, Hiruzen said quietly. Attempted coup is treason. You won't. Naruto's certainty was absolute. Because you need me. Orochimaru lurks in the shadows planning your destruction. The Akatsuki gather jinchūriki for unknown purposes. The other villages circle like sharks. You need someone strong enough to face what's coming. Someone willing to do what you can't. Hiruzen wanted to deny it. Wanted to order Anbu to restrain Naruto, seal his powers, imprison him where he couldn't threaten the village. But the boy was right. Konoha faced existential threats on every side, and Naruto represented power on a scale the village had never seen, a weapon aimed at their enemies or eventually at their own throats. Graduate him, Hiruzen said finally, the words tasting like ash. Assign him to a team. Keep him under observation. Surveillance won't stop me, Naruto noted. But I'll accept graduation. Being a genin gives me access to missions which will allow me to assess other shinobi's capabilities more thoroughly. He left without bowing or asking permission. Hiruzen sat alone in his office, staring at the forbidden scroll and wondering what kind of monster he'd just unleashed upon his village. 3 days later, Naruto stood in the academy classroom with his new headband, though he wore it around his bicep rather than his forehead. The metal plate gleamed against his muscular arm. Team assignments began. Team 7, Iruka announced, his voice carefully neutral. Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Naruto Uzumaki. Your Jonin instructor will be Kakashi Hatake. Sasuke's fists clenched, assigned to the same team as the monster who'd humiliated him. Sakura looked between Sasuke and Naruto with obvious concern. She'd wanted a team with Sasuke, but Naruto's presence changed everything. Naruto simply nodded, analyzing the assignment. Sasuke represented the village's last Uchiha, a political asset, with potential for growth. Sakura was a civilian-born student with excellent chakra control but minimal combat capability. And Kakashi Hatake, the copy ninja, possessor of over 1,000 jutsu, student of the 4th Hokage, an interesting composition. Clearly designed to keep Naruto under observation while utilizing his strength for missions, then they met their jonin instructor on the academy rooftop. Kakashi leaned against the railing, his posture deceptively casual, one eye visible over his mask and scanning them with trained assessment. His visible eye widened fractionally when it landed on Naruto. The boy stood at least 4 inches taller than Kakashi's own 6 feet, built like a professional heavyweight fighter, radiating an aura of controlled menace that made the jonin's instincts scream warnings. This was no 12-year-old fresh from the academy. This was a predator in human skin. Interesting team, Kakashi said mildly. Why don't we start with introductions? Tell me your name, likes, dislikes, dreams for the future. Sakura went first, gushing about Sasuke and her dream of becoming his wife. Sasuke went next, declaring his intention to restore his clan and kill his brother Itachi. Standard responses Kakashi had expected. Then Naruto spoke. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like strength, discipline, and warriors who forge their own power. I dislike weakness, borrowed power, and those who cry instead of improving themselves. My dream is to rebuild the Viltrumite Empire with this world's strongest fighters as my army. Kakashi blinked. What empire? Viltrumite. You wouldn't know it. Doesn't matter. Naruto crossed his arms. When do we begin actual missions? Tomorrow, Kakashi said carefully, deciding to move past the bizarre empire comment. But first, we have a test. A survival exercise that will determine if you're really ready to be shinobi. I'm ready. The test has a 66% failure rate. Students who fail get sent back to the academy. Naruto smiled without warmth. Then I'll succeed. What's the test? Kakashi held up 2 bells. Tomorrow at Training Ground 3, you 3 will attempt to take these bells from me. Only 2 bells, which means one of you will fail and be tied to a post while the others eat lunch. The exercise tests teamwork, strategy, and... I'll take the test now. Kakashi paused. Excuse me? I said I'll take it now. Naruto walked toward Kakashi with measured steps. Give me the bells. I'll demonstrate why I don't need teammates, strategy, or anything other than my own strength. Naruto, you're supposed to. Naruto moved. One moment he stood 10 feet away, the next his hand was wrapped around Kakashi's wrist in a grip like a steel vise. The jonin's eye widened in shock. He hadn't even seen the boy move. Kakashi tried to substitute with a log. The technique activated, but before he could complete the body switching, Naruto's other hand clamped onto his shoulder. The crushing grip pinned him in place, disrupting the jutsu mid-execution. Impossible. No one could physically stop a substitution. Kakashi drove his knee toward Naruto's solar plexus with enough force to crack ribs. His kneecap impacted what felt like a steel plate. Pain shot through Kakashi's leg as Naruto didn't even flinch. The jonin tried to pull away, activate Kamui, anything to escape the inhuman grip. But Naruto simply lifted him one-handed and hurled him through the air. Kakashi flew 15 meters, crashed through the academy rooftop railing, and slammed into the wall below hard enough to crack stone. He landed in a crouch, breathing hard, staring up at Naruto, who stood at the broken railing looking down at him. You rely on your Sharingan, Naruto called down. On your copied jutsu, your substitution techniques, your speed and tricks. But what happens when your opponent is too strong for tricks to matter? When their body is harder than steel and their speed exceeds your ability to track? Kakashi formed hand signs faster than most could perceive. Lightning blade. Chidori erupted around his hand, the high-pitched chirping filling the air as lightning chakra concentrated to piercing sharpness. Kakashi blitzed forward, his signature technique extending for a thrust that had pierced through rock and flesh alike. Naruto dropped from the rooftop, landing directly in Chidori's path. The lightning blade struck Naruto's chest, dead center. Kakashi felt his jutsu disperse on impact, the lightning chakra scattering harmlessly against Naruto's skin like water splashing against stone. No blood, no wound, not even a scorch mark on his clothes. What? Kakashi breathed. Naruto grabbed Kakashi's wrist again and squeezed. The jonin felt his bones creak under pressure that could crush steel. Before he could react, Naruto drove his free hand into Kakashi's gut with controlled force, enough to knock the wind from his lungs and send him flying, but not enough to rupture organs. Kakashi hit the ground hard, rolled, came up gasping. Naruto stood where he'd been, unmoved, waiting. The Jonin tried everything. Shadow clones. Naruto shattered them with backhand slaps. Fire jutsu, the flames washed over him harmlessly. Lightning techniques, they dispersed against his skin. Genjutsu. Naruto didn't even seem to notice the illusions. Every attack, every trick, every copied technique in Kakashi's arsenal failed against the simple reality of Naruto's overwhelming physical superiority. Finally, exhausted and desperate, Kakashi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. The Tomoe in his visible eye shifted, space beginning to warp around Naruto as Kamui prepared to transport him to another dimension. Naruto moved faster than Kakashi could track. His hand clamped over Kakashi's eye, covering it completely, blocking his line of sight and disrupting the jutsu. With his other hand, Naruto reached into Kakashi's pouch and took both bells. He released the Jonin and stepped back, holding up the bells. "I win," Naruto stated. Kakashi fell to his knees, exhausted, shocked, and thoroughly defeated. Sasuke and Sakura, who'd been watching from the rooftop, stared in horror. Their Jonin instructor, an elite shinobi known across nations, had been completely dominated by their teammate. "How?" Kakashi gasped. "What are you?" "Superior." Naruto tossed one bell to Sasuke, who caught it reflexively. "You can keep the other. I don't need a bell to prove I passed." He walked away, leaving his teammates and instructor in stunned silence. Kakashi sat on the ground for a long moment, processing what had just happened. In his entire career as a shinobi, across hundreds of missions and countless battles, he'd never felt so helpless. It wasn't that Naruto was skilled or strategic or clever, it was that the boy existed on a completely different level of physical capability, like fighting a force of nature given human form. "Sensei," Sakura ventured from the rooftop. "What do we do?" Kakashi looked at the bell in his hand, then at Sasuke's pale face, then in the direction Naruto had gone. "We survive," he said quietly, "and we pray he stays on our side." That night, Kakashi reported to the Hokage. "He's not human," Kakashi said bluntly, still favoring his bruised ribs. "I hit him with Chidori at full power and didn't leave a mark. My Sharingan couldn't track his movements. He physically disrupted my substitution and Kamui techniques." "Hiruzen, what is he?" The third Hokage sighed deeply. "Honestly, Kakashi, I don't know. I've had him under observation for years, and every report raises more questions. His strength increases geometrically. He shows no signs of aging. Medical scans show bone density 5 times normal human levels and muscle composition that shouldn't exist. And the Nine Tails? Completely sealed. I've had the Yamanaka check. The fox isn't influencing him at all. Whatever Naruto is, it's not demonic. It's something else entirely." Kakashi shifted, wincing. He said something during the test about rebuilding a Viltrumite empire using this world's warriors. "What's a Viltrumite?" Hiruzen shook his head. "I've searched every archive, every historical record, every myth and legend. The term doesn't exist anywhere in shinobi history. Either he's delusional or he's from somewhere else entirely," Kakashi finished. "Another dimension? Another world? Perhaps." Hiruzen pulled out a scroll covered in complex seal work. "I've been researching techniques that might restrain him if necessary. But everything I've found requires chakra-based defenses to work. Naruto doesn't use chakra. He doesn't need it. Standard sealing techniques might just not work on him. So we're stuck with an all-powerful being who's declared his intention to eventually conquer the village. Unless you have a better suggestion?" Kakashi was silent. Because he didn't, they assigned Team 7 to D-rank missions, hoping to build team cohesion and keep Naruto occupied with mundane tasks. It went poorly. The first mission involved catching a lost cat. Naruto located it in 4 seconds using enhanced hearing, grabbed it before it could flee, and handed it to the client. Mission complete. "That was supposed to take all day," Iruka complained, reviewing the mission report. "Then your mission parameters are inefficient," Naruto replied. "Why waste a day on what can be accomplished in minutes?" The second mission was painting a fence. Naruto finished it in 20 minutes, moving at speeds that left paint streaks in the air. The third mission was weeding a garden. Naruto uprooted every weed simultaneously, his hands moving too fast to track, leaving the garden pristine in under an hour. Kakashi watched his team's dynamic deteriorate. Sakura was terrified of Naruto and spent all her time fawning over Sasuke. Sasuke was consumed by resentment and inferiority, training obsessively to close a gap that widened daily. And Naruto treated every mission like a military operation, completing objectives with ruthless efficiency and zero emotional investment. We need team building, Kakashi decided. Something that will force you three to work together. I don't need teammates, Naruto said. They need me. There's a difference. That attitude will get people killed. No, weakness gets people killed. I am strong enough to complete missions alone. If my teammates cannot keep pace, that's their failing, not mine. Sasuke's hands clenched into fists. You arrogant. Finish that sentence, Naruto interrupted, his voice cold. Tell me I'm arrogant. Then explain why I shouldn't be confident in abilities I've proven repeatedly. Confidence isn't arrogance when it's justified by performance. Sakura tried to defuse the situation. Maybe we could all just stay quiet, Naruto told her. This conversation doesn't involve you. You contribute nothing to this team's combat capability. You exist as political balance because the village couldn't justify putting Sasuke and me on a team without a third member. Tears welled in Sakura's eyes. Kakashi stepped between them. Enough, Naruto. You can't talk to your teammates like what? With honesty? She wastes training time obsessing over Sasuke instead of improving herself. She has excellent chakra control, but zero combat skills because she refuses to put in the work. These are facts. The brutal accuracy of the assessment made Sakura flinch. You're right, she whispered. I am useless. And she quit, just walked away from Team 7, turned in her headband, and requested reassignment to a medical training program where she wouldn't slow down combat teams. Kakashi stared after her, then at Naruto. You just destroyed that girl's confidence. No, I revealed truth she was already avoiding. If she uses that truth to improve herself, she'll thank me eventually. If she doesn't, she would have died on her first real mission anyway. Sasuke said nothing, but his Sharingan activated unconsciously, the three tomoe spinning as he glared at Naruto with pure hatred. Naruto met his gaze without concern. You activated your bloodline. Good. Now use it to become stronger instead of wasting time on resentment. They stood at an impasse. Sasuke and his inherited power, Naruto and his self-forged supremacy, Kakashi wondering how to lead a team that was falling apart before his eyes. The Hokage reassigned Sakura and declared Team 7 would operate as a two-man cell with Kakashi as squad leader. Unconventional, but nothing about Naruto was conventional. Their first C-rank mission came 2 weeks later. A bridge builder named Tazuna needed escort back to the Land of Waves. Simple protection detail against bandits and wild animals. Kakashi accepted, hoping the journey might force Sasuke and Naruto to develop some working relationship. Tazuna met them at the village gate, reeking of cheap alcohol and fear. Naruto's enhanced senses detected the elevated heart rate, the nervous sweat, the micro tremors that indicated the old man was lying about something. But he said nothing. If the mission presented stronger opponents than standard bandits, that would make it more interesting. They traveled for 3 hours when Naruto's hearing picked up movement in the trees ahead. 2 signatures, moving to intercept. Ambush, he said quietly. 2 hostiles, 50 meters ahead, hidden in roadside puddles. Kakashi's visible eye widened. It was a cloudy day. There shouldn't be puddles on this dry road. The fact that Naruto had detected the enemy before his Sharingan-wielding instructor was concerning. Let them make the first move, Kakashi ordered. We'll assess their capabilities. The demon brothers attacked as they passed the puddles, chain-wielding Chunin from the hidden mist, their weapons wrapping around Kakashi and shredding him into pieces. Sasuke and Tazuna gasped in horror. Naruto didn't move because he'd noticed Kakashi's body disperse into smoke, a log substitution executed preemptively. The Jonin was testing his students' rapt responses to a seemingly fatal ambush. The demon brothers turned toward Tazuna. The old man dies first. They rushed forward, chains spinning for a killing blow. Naruto moved. His hands shot out and caught both chains mid-flight, one in each hand. The brothers yanked backward, trying to retrieve their weapons. Naruto's grip didn't budge. Instead, he pulled, dragging both Chunin toward him like fish on a line. They flew through the air, unable to release their chains. Naruto pivoted and swung both brothers like clubs, slamming them into each other with bone-breaking force. The impact sent them crashing into separate trees, hard enough to crack bark. One brother tried to rise, hand reaching for a kunai. Naruto's boot came down on the man's wrist, pinning it to the ground. "Who sent you?" Naruto asked clinically. "We don't answer to demon." Naruto increased pressure. Wrist bones cracked like kindling. The brother screamed. "Who sent you?" "Gato! We work for Gato. He wants the bridge builder dead." Naruto looked at Tazuna. "You lied about the mission parameters. This wasn't a simple escort. You're threatening someone's business interests." Tazuna's face went pale. My country is poor. We couldn't afford a higher-ranked mission. I had to lie to get protection." "Irrelevant." Naruto turned back to the demon brothers. Both were trying to crawl away, injured but alive. "You attacked us. Standard protocol is execution." "Wait!" Kakashi appeared from the trees, his substitution finally revealing itself. "We can interrogate them. Learn more about." Naruto moved. 2 precise palm strikes to the brothers' temples, delivered with just enough force to rupture brain tissue without destroying the skull. Both men dropped instantly, dead before they hit the ground. Sasuke stared at the corpses, his Sharingan spinning in shock. Kakashi looked at Naruto with something approaching despair. "Why? They were neutralized. We could have gotten information from them. They attacked us. They died. That's how combat works." Naruto wiped blood from his hands onto the grass. Keeping enemies alive invites escape attempts, requires resources for restraint, and wastes time on interrogation that rarely yields useful intelligence. Elimination is cleaner. "We're not executioners." "Speak for yourself." Naruto turned to Tazuna. "The mission continues. Lead us to the land of waves. But understand, if you've endangered us with more lies, I'll leave you to whatever enemies you've made." Tazuna swallowed hard and nodded. They traveled in tense silence, Kakashi deeply troubled, Sasuke conflicted between horror and grudging respect for Naruto's efficiency, and Tazuna regretting every decision that had led to this moment. The boat ride to the land of waves was quiet. Mist hung thick over the water, the boatmen nervously rowing them through hidden channels to avoid Gato's patrols. Naruto stood at the bow, his senses extended, searching for threats. His enhanced hearing picked up every splash, every breath, every heartbeat on the water. A massive chakra signature registered ahead. Powerful, focused, hostile. "We have company," Naruto announced. Large chakra signature approximately 200 meters ahead, hiding in the mist. Kakashi activated his Sharingan, peering into the fog. "I don't see." A massive blade cut through the mist, spinning toward their boat with enough force to split it in half. Naruto caught the executioner's blade one-handed. The massive Zanbato, weighing over 50 pounds and carrying enough momentum to cleave through steel, simply stopped in Naruto's grip. His fingers wrapped around the blade's flat edge, holding it motionless in the air. "Heavy," Naruto observed, "but poorly balanced." He squeezed. The legendary sword, reforged from countless battles and said to be unbreakable, developed visible cracks along its length. The sound of metal fracturing under pressure cut through the mist like a scream. A figure materialized on a nearby tree branch. Zabuza Momochi, demon of the hidden mist, stared at his sword, or what remained of it, in Naruto's grip. "What the hell are you?" Zabuza demanded. Naruto dropped the damaged blade into the water. "Superior." Zabuza formed hand signs at blinding speed. "Water style, water dragon jutsu." A massive serpent of water rose from the lake, easily 50 feet long, its form detailed and precise. The dragon roared and lunged at their boat with jaws that could swallow them whole. Naruto jumped directly into its mouth. Inside the water construct, surrounded by churning liquid and chakra-infused pressure, Naruto drew back his fist and punched. The force of impact created a shockwave that propagated through the entire jutsu structure. The water dragon exploded outward in a massive spray, the chakra matrix maintaining it completely shattered by kinetic force. Naruto landed back on the boat without a drop of water on him. Zabuza stared in disbelief. No one could punch through a high-level water jutsu. The chakra structure should have maintained integrity even under physical assault, but this blonde demon had just shattered an A-rank technique with a single strike. "Interesting," Zabuza said, recovering his composure. "Gato said the bridge builder would have weak protection. He didn't mention monsters." "Withdraw," Naruto commanded. You can't win this fight. Big talk from a brat who, Naruto blurred. One moment he stood on the boat, the next he was on Zabuza's branch, his hand wrapped around the missing nine's throat. Zabuza hadn't even seen him move. The missing nin tried to substitute. Naruto's grip tightened, crushing Zabuza's trachea just enough to disrupt his chakra flow and abort the technique. Zabuza's eyes widened in panic. No one could physically prevent a substitution. I could kill you now, Naruto said conversationally, holding the legendary assassin like a child gripping a toy. Snap your neck, crush your skull, tear out your spine. You wouldn't even have time to scream. Zabuza struggled, his strength that of an elite jonin completely meaningless against Naruto's inhuman grip. But I won't, Naruto continued, because you're a warrior. You use your body as a weapon, your strength as a tool. That earns a measure of respect. So I'll give you one chance. Leave. Find employment elsewhere. If I see you again on this mission, you die. He released Zabuza and jumped back to the boat in a single leap. The missing nin collapsed on the branch, gasping, one hand to his bruised throat. Zabuza looked at the blond boy who just manhandled him like he was nothing, at the cracked remains of his legendary sword floating in the water, at the odds of victory that had evaporated in seconds. This isn't over, Zabuza rasped. Yes, it is, Naruto replied. You just don't know it yet. Senbon needles flew from the mist, striking Zabuza's pressure points with perfect accuracy. The missing nine's body went rigid and toppled from the branch. A masked figure appeared, small, feminine build, wearing the garb of a hidden mist hunter nin. Thank you, the figure said, voice soft and androgynous. We've been tracking this criminal for weeks. I'll take custody of the body. The hunter nin gathered Zabuza and vanished into the mist. Kakashi watched them go with obvious suspicion. That was too convenient. Hunter 9 usually destroy bodies on site to prevent information leakage. They're working together, Naruto confirmed. The needles were placed to induce temporary death-like paralysis, not actual death. Zabuza will recover in approximately 6 hours. Then why let them go? Because when they attack again, I'll have confirmation they ignored my warning. Then I can kill them both without hesitation. The casual certainty with which Naruto discussed killing made Sasuke shiver. This was how shinobi should be, the Uchiha thought. No hesitation, no mercy, pure strength and will. Maybe following Naruto's path was the only way to get strong enough to kill Itachi. They reached Tazuna's house and met his daughter Tsunami and grandson Inari. The boy was sullen and hopeless, declaring that heroes didn't exist and they'd all die like his adoptive father Kaiza. Naruto listened to the story of Kaiza's execution by Gato with clinical interest. A brave man who'd stood against tyranny and paid the price. Admirable, but ultimately futile. Bravery without strength was just slow suicide. Your father was a fool, Naruto told Inari bluntly. The boy's eyes widened with shock and anger. Tsunami gasped. Kakashi winced. Naruto, that's too harsh. No, it's accurate. Naruto looked at Inari without malice or cruelty, just statement of fact. He stood against an enemy he couldn't defeat, using moral authority he didn't have, and died accomplishing nothing. His bravery changed nothing. His sacrifice saved no one. He died because he confused courage with strength. He was a hero, Inari shouted, tears streaming down his face. He was a corpse. Heroes are just corpses who die pointlessly and get romanticized afterward. If he'd actually wanted to save this land, he would have trained until he was strong enough to kill Gato and all his men. Then your father would still be alive, and your country would be free. The words hit like hammer blows. Inari ran from the room sobbing. Tsunami looked at Naruto with something between fury and grudging acknowledgement that he wasn't entirely wrong. Kakashi pulled Naruto aside. You can't talk to a grieving child like that. Why not? Should I lie? Tell him his father's meaningless death was noble? That will just encourage him to make the same mistakes. There's a difference between honesty and cruelty. Not in my experience. That night, as the team slept, Naruto stood guard outside Tazuna's house. His senses extended across the entire area, monitoring for threats. Around 2 a.m., he detected movement. The hunter nin from earlier, approaching the house with obvious stealth. Naruto stepped into her path. She stopped, surprised he detected her. Up close, Naruto could see details the mist had hidden earlier. Young, probably 15 or 16, female beneath the mask, fast heartbeat indicating nervousness. You're here to check on Zabuza, Naruto stated. She tensed. I don't know what. Stop lying. Your scent matches samples from the tree where you killed him. You've been at a location approximately 3 kilometers north of here, in a warehouse where Zabuza is currently recovering from false death. The girl's hand moved towards Senbon needles. Naruto's hand was faster, clamping around her wrist with gentle but unbreakable pressure. I don't want to hurt you, Naruto said, but I will if you attack. Lower your hand. She complied, having no choice. How did you know about Zabuza? Logic, analysis, pattern recognition. You're skilled, but your cover story had obvious flaws. Naruto released her wrist. What's your name? Haku. She removed her mask, revealing a beautiful face with soft features. I'm Zabuza's tool. I exist to help him achieve his dream. Tools don't have names, or dreams, or choice. Naruto studied her with interest. You're stronger than you pretend. Your ice techniques could kill most jonin, but you waste your potential serving someone weaker than you. Zabuza isn't weak. Compared to me, he is. Compared to you, he's about equal. So why serve him? Haku's expression softened with melancholy. He gave me purpose when I had none, saved me when I was worthless. I owe him everything. Gratitude is a chain, Naruto observed. It binds you to past debts that have future potential. You could be so much more than someone's tool. I don't want to be more. Being needed is enough. The simplest acceptance in her voice made Naruto pause. He'd never understood this kind of devotion, this willingness to subordinate oneself completely to another's will. Viltrumites didn't serve out of gratitude or love. They served because the hierarchy demanded it, because strength commanded respect, because the empire's structure was logical. This was something else, something almost alien. When Zabuza attacks again, you'll fight with him, Naruto said. Yes, and I'll have to kill you both. I know, Haku smiled sadly, but I'd rather die as his tool than live as someone else's person. She vanished into the mist before Naruto could respond. He stood in the darkness, considering the conversation. This world confused him sometimes. These humans with their emotional attachments and self-sacrificial devotion. From a Viltrumite perspective, it was weakness. But from their perspective, it was perhaps there were different kinds of strength. Different frameworks for understanding power and purpose. He filed the thought away for later consideration. 3 days later, Zabuza attacked again. Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura's replacement, a civilian girl named Ayame who begged to join, stood guard as Tazuna worked on the bridge. Thick mist rolled in, reducing visibility to near zero. 7 swordsmen of the mist technique, Kakashi announced, his Sharingan spinning. Zabuza specializes in silent killing. Everyone stay close. The mist thickened. Killing intent saturated the air, a pressure that made Ayame collapse gasping, made Sasuke's hand shake toward his kunai pouch, made Tazuna's hammer slip from nerveless fingers. Naruto felt nothing. Killing intent was just chakra-based intimidation, and he'd faced down the rage of dying planets. A missing nine's hostility was laughable. 8 points. Zabuza's voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere. Liver, lungs, spine, clavicle, neck vein, brain, kidneys, heart. Which will be your last? None of them, Naruto replied calmly, because you can't pierce my skin, and you know it. The mist parted. Zabuza stood on the bridge 50 feet away, his damaged executioner's blade replaced with a standard katana. Haku stood beside him, her mask in place. I brought help this time, Zabuza said. Let's see how you handle real opponents. Haku formed hand signs. Ice mirrors materialized around Naruto in a perfect dome. 21 reflective surfaces that trapped him in a sphere of frozen chakra. Secret jutsu, crystal ice mirrors, Haku announced. You're finished. She entered the mirrors, her form appearing in all 21 reflections simultaneously. Senbon needles flew from every direction, thousands of them, each aimed with lethal precision. They struck Naruto from every angle. Head, neck, chest, arms, legs, back. A rain of steel that should have turned him into a pincushion. Every needle shattered on impact. The Senbon broke against his skin like glass against steel, fragments raining down around Naruto's feet. Impossible. Haku breathed from within the mirrors. Naruto looked up at her reflections. I warned you. Borrowed power can't overcome true strength. He drew back his fist and punched the nearest mirror. The impact created a shockwave that radiated through the entire ice construct. The chakra matrix maintaining the jutsu couldn't withstand the kinetic force. All 21 mirrors shattered simultaneously, exploding outward in a spray of ice fragments that glittered in the morning light. Haku fell from her destroyed technique, landing hard on the bridge. Before she could rise, Naruto was there, his hand around her throat. Fast, he acknowledged, lifting her off the ground with one hand. Fragile. He slammed her down onto the bridge surface with controlled force. The impact created a spiderweb of cracks radiating from the point of impact. Haku coughed blood, ribs broken, consciousness fading. Haku! Zabuza charged, his katana raised for a desperate strike. Naruto caught the blade between two fingers. The steel stopped dead, unable to advance or retreat. Zabuza's eyes widened behind his mask. I gave you a chance to walk away, Naruto said. You should have taken it. His free hand shot forward in a devastating palm strike to Zabuza's solar plexus. The blow lifted the missing nin off his feet and sent him flying backward across the bridge. Zabuza crashed through the wooden railing and into the water below with a tremendous splash. Naruto turned back to Haku, who lay broken on the bridge, struggling to breathe around her fractured ribs. Please, she whispered. Finish it. I failed him. I'm worthless. Naruto knelt beside her. You're not worthless. You're misguided. You waste yourself on someone unworthy of your devotion. He saved me. And now you've paid that debt with your life. It's done. You owe him nothing. Before he could say more, a slow clapping echoed across the bridge. An army of thugs marched onto the bridge, led by a short man with sunglasses and a smug expression. Gato, the shipping magnate who'd enslaved the land of waves through economic warfare. Wonderful show, Gato called out. You've defeated Zabuza for me, saved me the trouble of paying him. Now I'll take over this bridge and... No, Naruto said simply. He stood and turned to face the army. Over 100 armed men, criminals and mercenaries hired by Gato to maintain control through terror. No? Gato laughed. You're one boy. I have an army. You have corpses who don't know they're dead yet. Naruto moved. What followed wasn't a battle. It was a massacre. He blurred into the army's front ranks, moving faster than they could track. His first punch sent 3 men flying backward with crushed sternums. A spinning backhand shattered jaws and cheekbones across 5 more. A sweep kick broke legs like kindling. Bones snapped. Blood sprayed. Bodies flew. The thugs tried to fight back. Swords shattered against his skin. Axes rebounded without leaving marks. Spears bent on impact. Naruto waded through them like a god among insects, every movement calculated, every strike precise and devastating. A thug tried to stab him from behind. Naruto grabbed the blade without looking, yanked the man forward, and delivered a palm strike that caved in his chest. Another tried to shoot him with a crossbow. The bolt shattered on his forehead. Naruto appeared before the archer in an eye blink and crushed his windpipe with a casual squeeze. 2 minutes. That's how long it took Naruto to massacre over 100 armed men. The bridge was painted red with blood. Bodies lay broken and twisted in positions that spoke of overwhelming force. The few survivors ran screaming into the mist, abandoning Gato to his fate. The crime lord fell to his knees, his sunglasses cracked, his arrogance shattered. Please, I have money, I can pay you. I don't want money, Naruto said, walking toward him through the carnage. I want you to understand something before you die. He grabbed Gato by his expensive suit and lifted him one-handed. You thought wealth made you powerful. That hired strength could substitute for your own. But all your money, all your thugs, all your economic manipulation means nothing when someone truly strong decides you die. Wait, please, I can. Naruto threw him. Gato flew through the air in a perfect arc, screaming, and disappeared into the churning water far below the bridge. The scream cut off abruptly. Silence fell over the bridge. Kakashi, Sasuke, and the others stared at Naruto standing amidst the carnage, not a scratch on him, barely breathing hard. It was the most brutal display of overwhelming force any of them had ever witnessed. Zabuza pulled himself back onto the bridge, soaking wet, one arm hanging useless from Naruto's earlier strike. He looked at his army of the dead, at Gato's absence, at Haku still breathing despite her injuries. You win, Zabuza said quietly. Kill me if you want. But spare Haku, she was just following my orders. No, Naruto walked over to Haku and knelt beside her. His hands moved with surprising gentleness, checking her injuries. Broken ribs, punctured lung, internal bleeding, she'll die without treatment. He bit his thumb and pressed it to her lips. A single drop of his Viltrumite blood, containing genetic material far beyond human, entered her system. The effect was immediate. Color returned to Haku's face. Her breathing steadied. The internal bleeding stopped as her body's healing accelerated beyond normal human capacity. It wouldn't make her Viltrumite. That was genetically impossible, but it would save her life. Why? Zabuza demanded. Why save her after defeating us? Because she has potential, Naruto replied. And potential shouldn't be wasted on pointless deaths. He looked at Zabuza. Your dream of reforming the hidden mist is admirable but doomed. The village's power structure is too entrenched, their traditions too rigid. You'll die trying to change a system designed to resist change. So what do I do? Become stronger. Build your own power base. And when I eventually reshape this world, join me. Prove you're worthy of the empire I'll build. Zabuza stared at the 12-year-old boy who just offered him purpose and direction with absolute confidence. You're serious. You really think you can conquer the shinobi world? I don't think. I know. It's inevitable. The missing nin looked at his broken sword, his defeated companion, the army of corpses, and made a choice. He knelt. Then I'm yours until that day comes. Naruto nodded. Good. Take Haku somewhere safe. Recover. Train. When I call, you'll answer. They left, Zabuza carrying the still unconscious Haku, both of them loyal now through a combination of respect, fear, and recognition of absolute superiority. Kakashi approached Naruto carefully. You just recruited 2 missing nin. I recruited 2 warriors. There's a difference. The village won't approve. The village doesn't need to approve. They need to accept that I do what serves my purposes, and eventually my purposes will align with their survival. The bridge was completed 3 weeks later. Tazuna named it the Great Naruto Bridge, despite Naruto's complete indifference to the honor. The Land of Waves celebrated their freedom from Gado's tyranny. Naruto viewed it as a successful mission that had proven several things. His powers were developing nicely. Conventional shinobi tactics were useless against him. And this world contained warriors worth recruiting. They returned to Konoha to find the village preparing for the Chunin exams. The Chunin exams were designed to test a shinobi's intelligence, survival skills, and combat prowess. For Naruto, they represented an opportunity to observe other villages' fighters and assess potential threats to his eventual empire. The first test was written, held in a classroom rigged with hidden proctors watching for cheating. The questions were deliberately difficult, designed to force Genin to gather intelligence through covert methods. Naruto sat at his desk, looked at the test questions, and didn't write anything. Ibiki Morino, the exam proctor and head of Konoha's torture and interrogation force, watched the blonde Genin sit motionless for 40 minutes, not writing, not looking around, not attempting to gather answers, just sitting with perfect posture and absolute calm. It was unnerving. Finally, Ibiki approached. You haven't answered a single question. Correct. You'll fail if you don't write something. No, I won't. Ibiki's scarred face twisted into a frown. Explain. This test isn't about answering questions. It's about intelligence gathering under pressure and the decision to take risks or quit. The final question will be a binary choice. Attempt it and risk permanent disqualification on failure, or quit and save your team. I'm demonstrating that I don't need to cheat because the test itself is irrelevant to my capabilities. Every proctor in the room froze. The Genin had just deciphered the exam's true purpose in minutes and stated it openly. Ibiki felt something cold slide down his spine. This wasn't normal Genin-level analysis. This was the deductive reasoning of someone who designed similar tests, who understood psychological warfare from the administrator's perspective. You're either brilliant or insane, Ibiki said quietly. Both, probably. Naruto met his gaze without fear. Are you going to disqualify me for not writing, or are we going to skip to the final question? Ibiki wanted to throw the arrogant Genin out immediately, but curiosity won. He wanted to see what would happen when someone who'd already solved the test faced the final psychological challenge. Everyone, pencils down, Ibiki announced. Time for the 10th question. He explained the rules. Attempt the question and risk permanent disqualification from the Chunin exams forever if you fail, or raise your hand to quit now and save your team the risk. Hands shot up across the room. Teams quit in droves, the pressure too much. Sakura's replacement team quit. Several Sanjinin quit. The room thinned rapidly. Final chance, Ibiki called. Anyone else want to quit before I ask the question? Silence. Ibiki smiled beneath his bandana. Then congratulations. Everyone who stayed passes. There is no 10th question. Confusion rippled through the remaining Genin, except Naruto, who simply nodded as though he'd expected this. The real test was your decision-making under psychological pressure, Ibiki explained. A shinobi who quits when facing unknown risks is worthless in the field. Those who stayed demonstrated the resolve to face any challenge. Told you, Naruto said to no one in particular. Ibiki locked eyes with him. You knew from the beginning. Of course, it was obvious. Before Ibiki could respond, the classroom window exploded inward. A woman in a tan trench coat swung through on a banner that unfurled to read, Anko Mitarashi, second exam proctor. She landed dramatically, struck a pose, then looked around at the sparse remaining Genin. Ibiki, you let too many pass. I'll cut them down to size in the forest of death. Her eyes landed on Naruto and stopped. Something about him, the way he sat, the way he looked at her like he was evaluating a potential threat, made her hindbrain scream warnings. You, she said, pointing at him. You're going to be interesting. Probably, Naruto agreed. The second exam took place in Training Ground 44, better known as the Forest of Death. A massive enclosed wilderness filled with deadly flora, fauna, and now 41 teams of Genin trying to acquire both Earth and Heaven scrolls to pass. Anko explained the rules with manic enthusiasm. You have 5 days. Get both scrolls to the tower in the center. Don't open the scrolls early or you're disqualified. And try not to die. The waivers you signed clear the village of all liability. Team 7, now just Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi as an observer, entered through Gate 12. They were assigned a Heaven scroll and needed to acquire an Earth scroll from another team. Strategy, Sasuke said, activating his Sharingan. We find a team with an Earth scroll, ambush them, and... I'll handle it, Naruto interrupted. He crouched slightly, and muscles coiling, and jumped. The leap carried him over 300 feet into the air, arcing above the forest canopy. At the apex, he scanned the entire forest with enhanced vision, identifying team positions, scroll types, and movement patterns in seconds. He landed in front of a team from the hidden sound. 3 Genin who'd been setting traps near a river. Earth scroll, Naruto stated. Give it to me. The lead sound ninja, a bandaged mummy-looking Genin, laughed. You think we'll just hand it over? We'll tear you apart. Naruto moved. One palm strike sent the mummy flying through 3 trees. A backhand shattered the second ninja's jaw. The third tried to run. Naruto appeared in front of him, grabbed his chest, and took the scroll. 10 seconds, 3 opponents neutralized. He jumped back to Sasuke, covering the distance in a single bound, and handed over the Earth scroll. Finished, Naruto said. Sasuke stared at the scroll, then at Naruto, then back at the scroll. The exam is supposed to take days. Only if you're weak. We have both scrolls. Let's go to the tower. They started walking. Sasuke's mind reeled. The entire exam, designed to test survival skills, combat prowess, and strategic thinking, had been reduced to a 10-second smash and grab by Naruto's overwhelming physical superiority. This was the gap between them. This casual dominance that made elite exams feel like child's play. They reached the tower in 4 hours. Other teams would take days. Some would die trying. Team 7 just walked through the forest like it was a park, nothing daring to attack them because Naruto's presence radiated predatory superiority that even the wildlife recognized. Inside the tower, they opened their scrolls and received the traditional message about the importance of body and mind working in harmony. Naruto barely paid attention. He was focused on the approaching chakra signature. Massive, old, malevolent. We have company, he announced. The wall exploded inward. A monstrous snake burst through, easily 60 feet long, its scales gleaming with unnatural chakra. It lunged at Naruto with jaws that could swallow him whole. Naruto met the lunge head-on. He jumped into the snake's mouth, allowing it to swallow him. The massive serpent's throat bulged as Naruto traveled down its gullet. Sasuke shouted something, but Naruto was already moving. Inside the snake, surrounded by digestive acids and crushing muscle pressure, Naruto drew back his fist. His punch created a shockwave that propagated through the snake's entire body. The serpent's flesh exploded from inside out, Gore and viscera spraying across the tower's entrance hall, Naruto emerged from the carnage, covered in snake blood, but completely unharmed. He wiped gore from his face casually. A slow clap echoed through the hall. Orochimaru stepped from the shadows, his snake-like eyes gleaming with interest and hunger. Magnificent! Such raw power in one so young! You must become my vessel! You're Orochimaru, Naruto identified, his voice clinical. Traitor to Konoha, experimenter on human subjects, seeking immortality through body-swapping techniques. Your current host is degrading, so you're searching for a replacement. The Sanin's eyes widened fractionally. You know a great deal about me. I make it my business to know potential threats. Naruto walked toward Orochimaru, unintimidated. You want my body because you sense its unusual durability and power, but you have no idea what you're dealing with. Then enlighten me. Orochimaru's hands blurred through seals. Summoning jutsu. 3 more giant snakes materialized, their combined mass filling the tower's entrance. They lunged simultaneously, jaws open to devour. Naruto blurred into motion. His fist punched through the first snake's skull, destroying its brain. A spinning kick decapitated the second. He caught the third by its lower jaw and upper jaw, then pulled with Viltrumite strength. The snake's jaw tore in half with a wet ripping sound. The massive serpent collapsed, twitching. Impossible, Orochimaru breathed. You destroyed my summons with taijutsu alone. Your snakes are flesh and blood. Flesh tears, blood spills. Size doesn't matter when your opponent is strong enough. Orochimaru's expression shifted from curiosity to genuine desire. I must have you. With your body I could. He lunged, fangs extended for his curse-marked bite. The technique that would implant his consciousness into Naruto's body, slowly corrupting him until Orochimaru could complete the transfer. The fangs struck Naruto's neck and shattered. Orochimaru's teeth broke on impact, fragments falling from his bleeding mouth. He pulled back in shock and agony, staring at the unblemished skin on Naruto's neck. I warned you, Naruto said. You don't know what I am. His hand shot out and grabbed Orochimaru by the throat. The Sanin's eyes widened. He tried to substitute, to shed his skin, to use one of a dozen escape techniques. Naruto's grip disrupted them all through sheer physical pressure on his chakra network. Legendary Sanin, Naruto mused, holding the immortal ninja like a toy. One of the 3 most powerful shinobi of your generation, feared across nations, and I'm holding you by the throat like a helpless child. He backhanded Orochimaru with measured force, enough to send the Sanin flying, but not enough to kill. Orochimaru crashed through the tower wall, through 3 trees, and into a distant boulder that cracked from the impact. By the time Sasuke and Kakashi reached the wall, Orochimaru had vanished. Only a trail of blood marked where he'd been. Did you just... Kakashi stared at the destruction. Did you just backhand one of the legendary Sanin through a wall? He attacked us. I defended. Naruto looked at his hand, considering. He's stronger than the average Jonin. Fast, creative, but ultimately, still just human. Still limited by conventional biology. Orochimaru isn't conventional anything. Compared to me, he is. They stood in the destroyed entrance hall, surrounded by snake corpses and blood, and Kakashi realized something terrifying. Naruto had just casually dominated one of the most dangerous criminals in shinobi history, and he'd done it like it was barely worth mentioning. What would it take to stop him if he ever truly became an enemy? Kakashi didn't want to know the answer. The preliminaries were held in a large arena beneath the tower. The 3rd Hokage explained that too many teams had passed, requiring a preliminary tournament to reduce numbers. Naruto stood among the assembled genin, analyzing potential opponents. His enhanced senses picked out the strongest, Rock Lee with his pure taijutsu focus, Gaara with the unstable chakra signature suggesting a jinchūriki, Neji Hyuga with his Byakugan bloodline, and Sasuke with his rapidly developing Sharingan. The electronic board selected the first match, Sasuke Uchiha versus Yoroi Akado, a hidden leaf genin who specialized in chakra absorption. The fight was brief. Yoroi tried to grab Sasuke and drain his chakra, but Sasuke's Sharingan tracked the movement and countered with a devastating kick. The match ended in 40 seconds. More matches followed. Shikamaru outwitted his opponent. Ino and Sakura's replacement had a brief scuffle. Tamari destroyed her opponent with wind jutsu. Then the board displayed Rock Lee versus Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto stepped into the arena. Rock Lee bounded down opposite him, his eyes blazing with enthusiasm despite his simple appearance and bowl haircut. Naruto Uzumaki, Lee announced, dropping into a fighting stance. Guy-sensei told me about you. He said you are a taijutsu specialist who relies purely on physical prowess. I am the same. Let us have a youthful battle. Naruto studied Lee with genuine interest. The boy had almost no chakra. His network was active but underdeveloped, suggesting he couldn't perform ninjutsu or genjutsu. Yet he radiated confidence and physical conditioning that surpassed most jonin. You train only your body, Naruto observed. No bloodline, no chakra techniques, just pure physical mastery. Yes, Guy-sensei says hard work can surpass genius. I will prove it. Show me. Lee blurred forward, faster than most jonin could track. His leg swept at Naruto's head in a perfectly executed roundhouse kick. The strike connected with a sound like steel on concrete. Lee's leg rebounded, shin throbbing from impact. Naruto's head hadn't moved. Good speed, Naruto commented. Again, Lee attacked with renewed fervor, unleashing a combination that would have overwhelmed most chunin. High kick, low sweep, spinning back fist, palm strike, axe kick. Every strike, technically perfect, but delivered with speed born from thousands of hours of training. Every strike rebounded off Naruto's body like hitting stone. You're holding back, Naruto said. Use your true strength. Lee leaped backward, breathing hard, eyes wide with excitement and awe. You really are incredible. Okay, I'll use them. The 8 gates. Gates? Naruto's interest sharpened, a technique that boosted physical capabilities beyond normal limits. Guy-sensei taught me to open 5 of the 8 inner gates. Each gate removes mental and physical limiters. Lee's chakra exploded outward as he focused. First gate, gate of opening, open. Second gate, gate of healing, open. Lee's skin flushed red as his body's limitations released. His speed doubled. Third gate, gate of life, open. Fourth gate, gate of pain, open. His muscles swelled, veins bulging as chakra flooded his system. He became a green blur. Lee attacked. This time he was fast enough that even Naruto had to pay attention. The boy's fists created after images. His kicks generated wind pressure. His movements defied normal human capability. Naruto still didn't block. He let Lee hit him from every angle. Punches to the chest, kicks to the head, strikes to the arms and legs and back. Each impact would have shattered bones and ruptured organs in a normal opponent. Against Naruto's Viltrumite physiology, they were like raindrops. Hidden Lotus. Lee roared, wrapping bandages around Naruto and dragging him into the air. They spun rapidly, building momentum for a devastating piledriver technique. They crashed into the arena floor with explosive force. The concrete cratered, dust and debris erupting outward. The impact would have killed any normal genin. When the dust cleared, Naruto stood in the crater completely unharmed. Lee lay at the crater's edge, gasping, his body smoking from gate overuse. Naruto walked over and extended his hand. You have my respect, Rock Lee. You forge your own strength without relying on bloodlines or borrowed power. You are a warrior. Lee looked up at the hand offered to him, at the blonde boy who just tanked his ultimate technique without a scratch, and saw genuine respect in those cold blue eyes. I wasn't strong enough, Lee whispered, taking the hand and letting Naruto pull him up. You were strong, just not as strong as me, yet. Naruto's grip was firm, supportive. Train harder, refine your techniques. Maybe in 10 years, you'll make me use effort. 10 years? Maybe 5 if you're exceptional. You have potential, Lee. Don't waste it. The proctor declared Naruto the winner. Lee hobbled off the arena floor, devastated by defeat, but somehow encouraged by Naruto's acknowledgement. In the stands, Might Guy watched with tears streaming down his face. Lee, your youthful spirit has earned respect from the ultimate taijutsu user. I'm so proud. Kakashi stood beside him, troubled. Guy, Naruto isn't just a taijutsu specialist. He's something else entirely. I don't think traditional training will ever let Lee surpass him. Nonsense. With enough hard work, Lee can. No, Guy, he can't. Kakashi's Sharingan had been analyzing Naruto throughout the fight. I don't think any of us can. More matches followed. Neji defeated his opponent with gentle fist. Gaara killed his opponent with sand, horrifying the crowd. Tamari advanced. Shino won through insects. When the preliminaries ended, 8 fighters remained for the final tournament in 1 month. Naruto, Sasuke, Neji, Gaara, Shikamaru, Kankuro, and a hidden sound genin named Dosu. The month of training began. Kakashi tried to work with Team 7, but the training sessions were difficult. Sasuke obsessed over Naruto constantly. Teach me what he knows. How does he move that fast? How is he that strong? Sasuke, Naruto's abilities aren't teachable. They're innate, biological. You can't train to be what he is. Then how do I beat him? Kakashi didn't have an answer, because the truth was, Sasuke couldn't beat Naruto. No amount of training, no sharing in evolution, no Uchiha technique would close the gap between human and Viltrumite. But telling Sasuke that would destroy him. Meanwhile, Naruto trained alone. His regimen would have killed professional athletes, running hundreds of miles at speeds that left sonic booms, lifting boulders that weighed tons, punching ancient trees until they shattered from accumulated damage. One day, Jiraiya of the Sannin observed Naruto's training from a distance. The legendary hermit watched Naruto run vertically up a cliff face, leap 50 feet into the air, and come down with a punch that created a crater 20 feet across. All without using any chakra. Impossible, Jiraiya muttered. That kind of physical capability should require chakra enhancement, but I'm not sensing any chakra use at all. He approached carefully. Hey kid, Naruto Uzumaki, right? Naruto looked at him without recognition. You're Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, the third student, known for your intelligence network and toad summoning contract. Someone's done their homework. Jiraiya grinned. I watched your preliminary match. That was some impressive taijutsu. How about I teach you some real techniques? I don't learn techniques. Come on, I could show you the Rasengan, or maybe help you. I said no. Naruto's voice was flat, final. I don't use chakra. I don't need chakra. Teaching me jutsu is a waste of both our time. Jiraiya frowned. This wasn't the reaction he'd expected. Most genin would jump at the chance to learn from a Sannin. You're being stubborn, kid. Chakra is what makes shinobi special. Without it, I'm already special. Naruto demonstrated by jumping over 100 feet straight up, hanging in the air for a moment before falling back down and cratering the ground with his landing. I can do things your chakra techniques can't replicate. Why would I waste time learning inferior methods? The Sannin stared at the casual display of physics-defying strength. What are you? That's classified. Does it have to do with the Nine Tails? No, the fox is irrelevant to my capabilities. Jiraiya tried several more times to engage Naruto in training, but the boy refused every offer. Finally, the Sannin left, troubled and confused. He'd never met a jinchūriki who didn't struggle with their tenet or need guidance. Naruto seemed completely unaffected by the Nine Tails, as though the most dangerous tailed beast in existence was just background noise in his biology. The month passed. The final tournament day arrived. The arena was packed with civilians and dignitaries from across the shinobi world. The Kage sat beside the third Hokage in the booth of honor. Jonin instructors filled the competitor boxes. The air buzzed with excitement. Naruto stood in the arena floor, looking up at the crowd with calculation. All these people gathered to watch children fight. In Viltrumite culture, warriors were forged in actual combat against real threats, not staged demonstrations for civilian entertainment. But he understood the purpose. Political theater, a show of strength to intimidate other nations and identify talented soldiers, acceptable. The proctor announced the first match, Naruto Uzumaki versus Neji Hyuga. Neji dropped into the arena, his Byakugan already activated. The white eyes with visible veins scanned Naruto's body, reading his chakra network, or trying to. What? Neji's expression showed confusion. Your chakra network is wrong, malformed, like it's barely there. Because I don't use it, Naruto replied. Your Byakugan is useless against me. Surrender now. Neji's face hardened with arrogance. I am a Hyuga genius. My gentle fist can shut down any opponent's chakra network. Fate has determined I will win this match. Fate is a concept created by the weak to explain their failures. Naruto walked toward Neji calmly. Show me your gentle fist. Neji blurred forward, his palm thrust precise and deadly. Each strike targeted vital chakra points, shoulders, elbows, wrists, core, legs. 32 strikes in 3 seconds, enough to paralyze any normal opponent. Against Naruto, they accomplished nothing. Neji's enhanced strikes, capable of disrupting chakra flow and damaging internal organs through precise chakra injection, couldn't penetrate Naruto's skin. His fingers struck what felt like steel plating. Impossible, Neji leaped back. My gentle fist should. Your gentle fist requires penetration to work. You can't penetrate my skin. Therefore, your technique is useless. Naruto continued his measured advance. Your Byakugan shows you the truth, but your pride won't accept it. Neji activated his ultimate defense. 8 trigram's palms revolving heaven. He spun rapidly, releasing chakra in a spherical barrier that deflected all attacks. The defensive technique that had never been breached, Naruto walked into it. The chakra barrier pressed against him, trying to deflect his advance. Naruto simply kept walking, his strength overcoming the defensive rotation through brute force. He walked through Neji's ultimate defense like it was a curtain. His hand clamped onto Neji's shoulder, stopping the rotation instantly. The Hyuga stared at him in shock. You believe in fate, Naruto said. In predestined outcomes determined by birth and bloodline. But I've conquered fate across 1,000 worlds. I've rewritten destiny with my own hands. Your fate is what I decide it is. He threw Neji gently, just enough force to send the Hyuga skidding across the arena floor without serious injury. Neji lay on his back, staring at the sky, his entire worldview shattered. The main house genius, defeated by someone who'd walked through his ultimate defense like it didn't exist. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki, the proctor announced. The crowd erupted in confused applause. They'd expected a demonstration of technique, strategy, teamwork. Instead, they'd witnessed one competitor simply being so physically superior that nothing his opponent tried mattered. The Kage leaned toward Hiruzen. That boy, what is he? Classified, Hiruzen replied, his expression carefully neutral while his mind raced with concern. The second match, Sasuke Uchiha versus Gaara. This fight lasted longer. Sasuke had trained with Kakashi, learning Chidori and improving his speed. His Sharingan tracked Gaara's sand defenses, finding openings and exploiting them. But Gaara was a jinchūriki, host to the one-tailed Shukaku. When pressed, his sand formed a complete sphere around him. Absolute defense. Sasuke charged with Chidori, the lightning blade piercing through the sand shell and stabbing into Gaara's shoulder. Blood sprayed. First blood ever drawn on Gaara. The red-haired boy screamed. His personality fractured. The Shukaku began to emerge. Before the transformation could complete, Naruto appeared in the arena. He jumped from the competitor box, covering the 50-meter distance in a single bound. His hand clamped around the partially transformed Gaara's throat. Stop! Naruto commanded, his voice cutting through the Shukaku's rage. The Biju's malevolent consciousness focused on Naruto. You dare command me! I am Shuku! I am! Nothing I can't kill, Naruto interrupted, squeezing Gaara's throat just enough to make his point. Retreat into your seal, or I'll rip you out and tear you apart. The Shukaku had been alive for thousands of years. It had faced Senju Hashirama, fought other Biju, endured countless battles. But something about this blonde boy made its ancient instincts scream danger. This wasn't a threat from another Biju or a strong shinobi. This was a threat from something that could actually kill it. What are you? Your superior. Now retreat. The Shukaku's presence receded. Gaara collapsed unconscious in Naruto's grip. The proctor stared in disbelief. You stopped a Biju transformation through intimidation? Yes. Naruto handed Gaara to the Sand Jonin who'd rushed down. Keep him sedated. His control is poor. He walked back to the competitor box like nothing unusual had happened. The crowd sat in stunned silence. Even the most experienced Jonin couldn't stop a Biju transformation through simple intimidation. You needed powerful sealing techniques, overwhelming force, or another Biju. Naruto had done it by grabbing the host's throat and making a threat, the Biju believed. In the Hokage's booth, Hiruzen's hands trembled slightly. Naruto was escalating, showing power more openly, building towards something. The question was what? And could anything stop him when he reached it? The tournament continued. Shikamaru forfeited against Temari, too lazy to continue fighting. Dosu was killed by Gaara before their match. The final bracket reduced to just a few key matches. Then the invasion began. Feathers fell from the sky, a genjutsu putting most of the crowd to sleep. Sound and Sand Ninja revealed themselves among the spectators. The Kazekage's true identity was revealed as Orochimaru in disguise. The third Hokage stood to face his former student. Orochimaru, I should have killed you years ago. Try now, sensei. Orochimaru summoned the first and second Hokage using Edo Tensei, reanimated corpses of the village's founders, their wills suppressed, their powers at his command. A barrier formed around the Hokage's booth, trapping Hiruzen and Orochimaru inside. Throughout the village, chaos erupted. Giant snakes rampaged through streets. Sound ninja attacked civilians. Sand forces targeted strategic locations. Naruto watched from the arena floor, analyzing the invasion with tactical eyes. Coordinated attack, he observed. Multiple entry points, internal sabotage, leadership neutralized, competent execution. Kakashi appeared beside him. Naruto, we need to defend the village. Why? This isn't my village. I'm just temporarily resident here. These are your comrades, your home. These are future subjects of my empire. There's a difference. I'll defend them because I need them alive for later purposes, not out of sentimental attachment. Before Kakashi could argue, a massive snake crashed into the arena wall. Naruto turned toward it, cracked his knuckles, and jumped. He flew through the air in a perfect arc, fist drawn back. His punch connected with the snake's skull and created a shockwave that rippled through the creature's entire body. The giant serpent's head exploded from the impact, gore spraying across the arena. Naruto landed and looked for the next target. Throughout the village, Konoha shinobi fought desperately against overwhelming numbers. Jonin held choke points. Anbu assassinated key enemy commanders. Jainin evacuated civilians. And Naruto moved through the battlefield like a natural disaster. He appeared wherever the fighting was thickest, wherever Konoha's defenders were about to be overrun. A sound Jonin leading 20 ninja into the residential district suddenly found himself facing a blonde boy who moved faster than he could see. Naruto's fist caved in the Jonin's chest. His spinning kick sent 3 chunin flying through buildings. A palm strike to the ground created a shockwave that knocked down the remaining 17 attackers. 30 seconds. An entire platoon neutralized. He moved to the next hotspot. A giant 3-headed snake was crushing buildings near the academy. Naruto jumped onto its central head, grabbed it by the upper and lower jaw, and tore. The snake's head ripped in half. The 2 remaining heads turned to face him. He punched through one skull and grabbed the other's fangs, using them to drive the head into the ground hard enough to create a crater. Another target eliminated. In the Hokage's booth, Hiruzen fought his predecessor with tears streaming down his aged face. The first and second Hokage, reanimated and forced to attack their successor, showed their legendary prowess. Hashirama's wood release created forests that tried to impale Hiruzen. Tobirama's water release generated tsunamis from ambient moisture. Orochimaru directed them like puppets, staying safe behind their protection. Hiruzen was strong, one of the most powerful shinobi in history. But age had weakened him, and fighting reanimated immortals was a losing battle. He formed hand signs for his ultimate jutsu, Shiki Fujin, Reaper Death Seal. The Shinigami appeared behind him, visible only to those involved in the seal. The death god's spectral arms emerged from Hiruzen's body, reaching for the reanimated Hokage. Orochimaru's eyes widened in horror. No, you wouldn't sacrifice yourself just to... The barrier around them exploded inward. Naruto crashed through the chakra barrier like it was paper, shattering the sound force technique through sheer kinetic force. He landed in the booth, surveyed the scene, and focused on Orochimaru. You again, Naruto said. Still haven't learned. Naruto? Hiruzen gasped, the Reaper Death Seal faltering from his shock. How did you breach the barrier? I punched it. Chakra barriers are energy constructs. Energy disperses under sufficient kinetic force. Naruto walked toward Orochimaru. Cancel your technique. Release the Hokage. Why would I? Naruto was suddenly in front of him, hand around his throat, lifting the Sannin off the ground. I wasn't asking. Orochimaru tried to substitute, to shed his skin, to escape. Naruto's grip crushed his throat just enough to disrupt chakra flow. The snake Sannin clawed at the hand holding him, his legendary strength meaningless. If you kill me, the Edo Tensei won't end, Orochimaru gasped. The Hokage will still. Naruto looked at the first and second Hokage, who stood motionless without Orochimaru's active control. I don't need you to end it. He threw Orochimaru with tremendous force. The Sannin flew over the village wall, disappeared into the forest beyond, and crashed somewhere miles away. The reanimated Hokage began to crumble without an active controller. Hashirama's eyes, briefly clear before the technique fully dissolved, focused on Naruto with something like recognition. "You what are you, boy?" "The future," Naruto replied. The first Hokage smiled as his reanimated form turned to ash. "Good. This village needs a future beyond just survival." Hiruzen collapsed, exhausted and injured but alive. The Reaper Death Seal had partially activated, taking some of his life force but not completing due to Naruto's interruption. "You saved me," Hiruzen said weakly. "I saved a strategic asset. You're still useful as a political figurehead while I build power. So honest about your intentions. Why lie? You already know what I'm planning. Pretending otherwise wastes time." Throughout the village, the invasion was collapsing. With Orochimaru gone and the giant snakes eliminated by Naruto, the sound and sand forces lost coordination. Konoha's defenders rallied and pushed back. By sunset, the invasion was over. Casualties were surprisingly low. Naruto's intervention had prevented several massacres. The village had survived. In the aftermath, during the emergency council meeting, the question arose, who would succeed Hiruzen as Hokage? Hiruzen was injured and aging. The village needed strong leadership. The council debated bringing back Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, or promoting Kakashi, or finding another alternative. Naruto attended the meeting uninvited, simply walking into the council chamber and sitting down. "You can't be here," a civilian council member objected. "This is a closed." "I'm making it open," Naruto interrupted. "You're discussing the village's leadership. That affects me. Therefore, I'm participating." Hiruzen, sitting with bandages around his ribs, sighed. "Naruto, this isn't—" "I'm not arguing. I'm stating facts. Continue your discussion." The council exchanged nervous glances, but continued. Names were proposed and debated. Each candidate had strengths and weaknesses. The discussion went in circles. Finally, Naruto spoke. "None of your candidates are suitable. Tsunade is traumatized and refuses to return. Kakashi is strong but politically weak. Your other options are either too old or too inexperienced." "Then who do you suggest?" Danzo, the shadowy leader of Root, asked with obvious manipulation in his tone. "Me." Silence crashed through the chamber. "You're 12 years old," a council member shouted. "I'm also stronger than everyone in this village combined, have strategic experience exceeding all of you, and don't suffer from the political corruption that cripples your decision-making." Naruto's voice was calm, stating facts. "I could take the position by force right now, but that would destabilize the military hierarchy. So instead, I'll make you an offer." "What offer?" Hiruzen asked carefully. "Appoint a caretaker Hokage, Kakashi or Jiraiya or whoever you want, for the next 5 years. During that time, I'll complete missions, prove my capability, build political support. When I turn 17, you officially name me 5th Hokage. In exchange, I defend this village against all threats with absolute commitment." The council erupted in argument. Impossible. Unprecedented. Insane. Hiruzen raised his hand for silence. "And if we refuse?" "Then I take the hat now by force, kill anyone who resists, and rebuild the village's command structure from scratch. You'll have a week of chaos and infighting followed by my absolute rule. Your choice." The third Hokage looked at the boy who'd saved his life hours ago, who'd stopped an invasion almost single-handedly, who stood before the council making threats with the calm certainty of someone who could absolutely follow through. "I need time to consider this," Hiruzen said finally. "You have 24 hours. Decide wisely." Naruto left the council chamber. Behind him, the most powerful people in Konoha sat in stunned silence, realizing they'd just been given an ultimatum by a 12-year-old that they couldn't refuse. That night, Sasuke found Naruto training in the moonlight. The Uchiha had been quiet since the invasion, processing everything he'd witnessed. Naruto's dominance, his power, the way he'd saved the village while claiming no attachment to it. "I want to train with you," Sasuke said. "No." "Why not? I'm your teammate. We should—" "You're not my teammate. You're an asset assigned to the same unit. There's a difference." Naruto continued his kata, punching the air with strikes that created sonic booms. "Besides, I can't teach you what I know. You can't replicate what I do." "Then help me get stronger another way. I need to kill Itachi, and I can't do it as I am." Naruto stopped and looked at Sasuke with something approaching pity. "Your brother slaughtered your entire clan in one night. He's an S-rank criminal with Mangekyo Sharingan and skills that terrify other nations. You think training with me will somehow let you beat him? You can't beat him, Sasuke. Not now. Not in 10 years. Not ever using your current approach. Naruto's bluntness hit like a physical blow. You chase power through shortcuts, your bloodline techniques, your curse mark from Orochimaru, but none of that addresses your fundamental weakness. What weakness? You don't understand strength. Real strength isn't techniques or bloodlines or borrowed power. It's will, discipline. The absolute certainty that you'll win because you've forged yourself into something that cannot be broken. Naruto gestured at himself. I don't use chakra not because I can't, but because I don't need crutches. Every fiber of my being is a weapon. Can you say the same? That Sasuke's hands clenched into fists. I hate you. Good. Hate drives improvement sometimes. Naruto returned to his training, but hate alone won't close the gap between us, or between you and Itachi. Sasuke stood there watching Naruto train, his mind churning with resentment and grudging understanding. The blonde wasn't trying to be cruel. He was being honest about something Sasuke didn't want to acknowledge. That night, Sasuke made a choice. If Konoha couldn't give him the power to kill Itachi, he'd find it elsewhere. Orochimaru had offered. The curse mark on his shoulder pulsed with promised strength. He'd go to Sound, train with the Snake Sanin, do whatever it took, and someday he'd surpass Naruto, prove that determination and hatred could overcome genetic superiority. 3 days later, Sasuke vanished from the village. The alert went out immediately. Sasuke Uchiha, last loyal member of the Uchiha clan, had defected. The council ordered immediate retrieval. Losing the Sharingan bloodline to an enemy village was unacceptable. Tsunade, newly returned to serve as 5th Hokage after Jiraiya convinced her, called Naruto to her office. I'm sending retrieval teams after Sasuke, she said, her legendary beauty marred by stress. I want you on point. No. Tsunade's eye twitched. She'd been Hokage for 3 days, and already this blonde nightmare was challenging her authority. Excuse me? I said no. I warned Sasuke about chasing shortcuts. He made his choice. Let him live with the consequences. He's your teammate. He was assigned to my unit. Past tense. He's now a traitor who abandoned the village to pursue power from a known enemy. Why should I risk anything to retrieve him? Because he has the Sharingan. Because he's valuable. Because you view him as an asset to be recovered, not a person to be saved. Naruto's voice was clinical. At least be honest about your motivations. You don't care about Sasuke. You care about losing a bloodline. The accusation stung because it was partially true. Tsunade did worry about the Sharingan falling into enemy hands, about political fallout, about strategic implications. Will you retrieve him or not? She demanded. I'll pursue him, not to retrieve, to discipline. There's a difference. I don't care about the semantics. Just bring him back. I'll bring him back, Naruto agreed. But understand that how I bring him back might not be how you want him back. He left before Tsunade could question what that meant. Naruto pursued Sasuke alone, despite Tsunade forming a team of chunin to assist. He didn't need assistance. He could move faster alone, as unburdened by teammates who couldn't keep pace. His enhanced senses tracked Sasuke's trail easily. The Uchiha was traveling with 4 sound ninja, Orochimaru's bodyguards assigned to escort him to the Snake Sanin's base. Naruto caught up to them at the Valley of the End, the massive statues of Hashirama and Madara facing each other across the waterfall. Poetic location for what would happen next. Sasuke stood on Madara's statue, his curse mark active, black flame patterns spreading across his skin. The Sound Four had continued ahead, leaving the Uchiha to face his pursuer alone. Naruto, Sasuke said, his voice distorted by the curse mark's influence. I knew you'd come. Did you? Naruto landed on Hashirama's statue opposite him, completely calm. Then you should have run faster. I'm not running anymore. I'm going to Orochimaru to get the power I need. The power to kill Itachi. The power to surpass you. Orochimaru will use you, corrupt you, and eventually take your body as his next vessel. You know this. I don't care. If it gives me strength, I'll do anything. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, the 3 tomoe spinning. His hands blurred through seals faster than most jonin could track. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A massive sphere of flames erupted from Sasuke's mouth, easily 50 feet in diameter, the heat intense enough to boil the waterfall's mist. The fireball engulfed Naruto completely. When the flames cleared, Naruto stood unmoved. Not even his clothes were singed. "My turn?" Naruto asked. He moved. One moment on his statue, the next in front of Sasuke, covering the 100-meter gap in less than a second. His hand shot out towards Sasuke's chest. The Uchiha activated his curse mark second state. Black wings sprouted from his back. His skin turned dark. His speed and power multiplied. He dodged Naruto's strike and counterattacked with a Chidori enhanced by curse mark power. The lightning blade struck Naruto's chest with enough force to pierce steel. It didn't even leave a scorch mark. Sasuke stared at his hand, at the undamaged skin where Chidori should have created a fatal wound, and felt something inside him break. Naruto grabbed Sasuke's wrist, the one still crackling with dispersing lightning, and crushed it. Bones fractured with sounds like breaking branches. Sasuke screamed, "You want power?" Naruto dragged Sasuke close by his broken wrist, forcing the Uchiha to look into his cold blue eyes. Real power isn't cursed seals or borrowed techniques, it's this. He delivered a precise punch to Sasuke's solar plexus. The controlled strike ruptured blood vessels and bruised organs without killing. Sasuke coughed blood. Naruto followed with a knee to the ribs. Crack! 3 ribs fractured. Another strike to the shoulder, dislocating it. A palm to the thigh, creating a deep tissue hematoma that would cripple mobility. It wasn't a fight. It was a systematic beating delivered with surgical precision. Every strike calculated to cause maximum pain and injury without permanent crippling or death. Sasuke tried to fight back. His Sharingan tracked Naruto's movements perfectly, predicting each strike. But his body couldn't move fast enough to dodge or block. The curse mark's power meant nothing against Viltrumite's strength. "Think, Sasuke!" Naruto roared, channeling his inner Omni-Man, grabbing the battered Uchiha by his shirt and lifting him off the ground. "You fight to destroy the village I intend to conquer? You seek revenge against a brother I will eventually crush? What will you have after 500 years when everyone you know is dust?" Sasuke, broken and bleeding, tried to speak. Blood bubbled from his lips. "You are mine, Sasuke, a soldier in my future empire. You don't get to run. You don't get to throw yourself away on Orochimaru's altar. Your strength, your potential, your life, they belong to me now." He dropped Sasuke onto the statue's surface. The Uchiha lay in a broken heap, consciousness fading. Naruto stood over him, not even breathing hard. "When you wake up, you'll be in Konoha, in a cell, under guard, and you'll have a choice. Accept your place, train properly, and become actually strong, or rot in prison while I build the empire without you." He picked up Sasuke's limp body and began the journey back to the village. Behind him, the Valley of the End bore new scars. Cracks in Madara's statue where Sasuke had been slammed into it. Scorched rock from failed fire jutsu. Blood staining the ancient monument. Another message delivered. Another subordinate disciplined. The conquest continued. Naruto returned to Konoha, carrying Sasuke's unconscious body. The Uchiha's injuries were severe but not life-threatening, exactly as Naruto had calculated. Broken bones would heal. Bruised organs would recover. The psychological damage would take longer, but would ultimately make Sasuke stronger, or break him completely. Either outcome was acceptable. Tsunade met him at the village gate, medical team ready. She took one look at Sasuke's condition and rounded on Naruto. "I said bring him back, not torture him. I disciplined a traitor. This is mercy." Naruto handed Sasuke to the medics. "He'll recover in 6 weeks. During that time, I suggest maximum security detention. His defection demonstrates unreliability." "You went too far." "I went exactly far enough." Sasuke needed to understand the consequences of betrayal and the futility of his current path. Now he does. You're welcome. He walked past Tsunade toward the Hokage tower. She wanted to order him arrested, confined, punished. But what punishment could work on someone who just casually beaten an S-rank defector into submission? The council convened an emergency session to discuss Naruto's actions. Some demanded punishment for excessive force. Others argued he'd successfully completed the mission. The debate raged for hours. Finally, Tsunade made her ruling. Naruto Uzumaki is hereby placed on probationary status. No solo missions. Mandatory supervision by Jonin-level shinobi. Regular psychological evaluations. Naruto, sitting in the defendant's chair, smiled without warmth. "I accept your probation. For now." The implicit threat hung in the air. He accepted it because he chose to, not because they could enforce it. Tsunade dismissed the council and called Naruto to her office privately. "I need to understand something," she said, pouring herself sake with shaking hands. "What are you? The reports I've read, the things you can do, none of it makes sense. You're not just strong, you're something else entirely." "I'm Viltrumite," Naruto said, deciding partial truth was strategically sound. "Or at least my soul is. This body is human, but my consciousness, my essence, comes from a species that conquered thousands of worlds through pure physical superiority." That's insane. Is it? You've seen what I can do. Survived the sun's corona. Lived for thousands of years. Led an empire that spanned galaxies. I died in battle and somehow woke up here, in this body, with all my memories and most of my physiology intact. Tsunade stared at him, trying to determine if he was delusional or telling the truth. The problem was his abilities supported his claims better than any alternative explanation. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because you need to understand what's coming. I will eventually rule this village, not through deception or political maneuvering, but through demonstrated superiority that makes my leadership inevitable. You can prepare for that transition and make it smooth, or resist and make it violent. Your choice. I'm the 5th Hokage. I won't just hand over. You'll hand it over when I'm ready to take it, which gives you approximately 5 years to put your affairs in order. Use that time wisely." Naruto stood. "I'm going to train. Dismiss me or don't, I'm leaving either way." He walked out, leaving Tsunade staring at her sake and wondering if she just had a conversation with a madman or the future ruler of the shinobi world. Probably both. Over the following weeks, events transpired. Sasuke woke up in maximum security detention, his body healing but his pride shattered. Naruto visited him once. "Have you made your choice?" Naruto asked through the cell bars. Sasuke, bandaged and broken, looked up with eyes that held less fire than before. "What choice? Rot here or accept training under my methodology? Forge real strength instead of chasing shortcuts? Your way didn't work. You're still just... Finish that sentence and I'll break more bones. You lost, Sasuke. Comprehensively. Your Sharingan, your curse mark, your Uchiha techniques, all worthless against true strength. So stop clinging to failed methods and try something new." Silence stretched between them. "If I train your way," Sasuke said finally, "will I get strong enough to kill Itachi?" "Eventually, in 10 years maybe, if you actually commit." 10 years, Sasuke's hands clenched. That's too long. Then you'll fail. Strength takes time. There are no shortcuts, Sasuke. Only you refusing to accept that truth. Naruto left. 3 days later, Sasuke agreed to modified imprisonment, house arrest with mandatory training under Jonin's supervision. He'd given up on Orochimaru's path, at least temporarily. Another piece moved into position. Rock Lee approached Naruto requesting training. "You said I had potential. Please, teach me to be stronger. No ninjutsu, no genjutsu, pure body cultivation. Are you prepared for that?" "Yes, Guy-sensei already trains me that way." "Guy-sensei holds back because he's afraid of permanently damaging you. I won't hold back. Students who train under me either become exceptional or break completely. There's no middle ground." Lee's eyes blazed with determination. "I accept." Thus began the most brutal training regimen Konoha had ever witnessed. Naruto pushed Lee beyond human limits, forcing him to open gates repeatedly, to train until his muscles tore and bones cracked, to embrace pain as the price of improvement. Guy tried to intervene. "You're gonna kill him. He'll survive, and he'll come out stronger." Naruto watched Lee run up a vertical cliff with weights that would crush normal men. Unless he quits, then he was never worth the investment. Lee never quit. Through broken bones and torn muscles and training sessions that made other Jonin wince, he persevered. And slowly, incredibly, he got stronger, not Naruto-level strong. Nothing human could reach that, but stronger than any taijutsu specialist in the village except Guy himself. Another piece developed. The months passed. Naruto completed missions with mechanical efficiency, his probation meaningless since no Jonin could actually stop him from doing anything. He dominated every assignment, solved every problem, eliminated every threat. The village watched him with growing unease and grudging respect. This strange boy who claimed to be an alien warlord reincarnated was proving himself through action. Undeniable, overwhelming action. Political factions began forming. Those who supported Naruto as future Hokage, recognizing inevitable reality. Those who opposed him, fearing what he represented. And those who simply tried to survive the coming storm. On the anniversary of the invasion, Naruto stood before the memorial stone listing the dead. Names of shinobi who'd fallen defending the village. He didn't mourn them. Viltrumites didn't mourn the dead, but he acknowledged their sacrifice. "You died for this village," he said to the stone. "In my empire, soldiers who die in service are honored not with tears, but with conquest in their name. I'll conquer this world and name the new order after the strength you displayed. That's the only tribute that matters." Kakashi, observing from a distance, shivered at the cold pragmatism. This was who Naruto truly was. Not the cheerful prankster from canon, not the loudmouthed underdog, but a calculating conqueror who viewed everything and everyone as pieces on a board leading to inevitable victory. And the terrifying thing was, he might actually achieve it. As the sun set over Konoha, Naruto made a declaration to the village. He stood atop the Hokage Tower, his voice amplified by the setting that had once housed village leaders. Everyone in the village could hear him. "People of Konohagakure, you've watched me for years, feared me, hated me, tried to understand what I am. I'll tell you now." He paused, letting tension build. "I am Naruto Uzumaki, former Grand Regent of the Viltrumite Empire, reborn into this world with purpose. I don't ask for your love or acceptance. I don't need your approval or validation. What I need is your strength. This village will be the foundation of my new empire, not through conquest or destruction, but through elevation. I will make you stronger. I will make you worthy. And together, we will reshape this world into something that transcends your current limited understanding. In 5 years, I will claim the title of Hokage, not through election or appointment, but through demonstrated superiority that makes any other choice absurd. Until then, I will defend this village absolutely. I will eliminate your enemies. I will solve your problems. And in exchange, you will prepare yourselves. Prepare for empire. Prepare for conquest. Prepare for the day when Konoha becomes more than a hidden village, when it becomes the center of something greater. This is not a request. This is not a threat. This is inevitability. Accept it or don't. Either way, it's coming." He jumped from the tower, landing in the street below without injury, and walked away through the stunned crowd. Behind him, the village erupted in chaos. Some cheered, some cursed, some simply stood in shock. But everyone understood. Naruto Uzumaki had just declared his intention to conquer them, and no one knew how to stop him. Tsunade sat in her office, staring at reports of the declaration, and made a decision. She couldn't stop Naruto, couldn't contain him, couldn't even really oppose him without risking civil war. So she'd do what the third Hokage had done: prepare, build alliances, strengthen the village, make sure that when Naruto eventually took power, there was something worth taking. It wasn't capitulation, it was strategy. The only strategy that made sense when facing an unstoppable force. She pulled out a scroll and began writing letters to other villages, to the daimyo, to old allies, building a framework that could survive the coming transition. Because Naruto was right about one thing: it was inevitable. The only question was what world would emerge on the other side. The hospital room was quiet except for the steady beep of medical equipment. Sasuke Uchiha lay in the bed, bandages covering most of his torso, his left arm in a cast, his ribs still healing from fractures. The curse mark had receded during his unconsciousness, leaving only faint traces on his skin. He stared at the ceiling, replaying the fight in his mind. Every strike, every failed technique, every moment where his Sharingan had predicted Naruto's movements perfectly, but his body couldn't respond fast enough to matter. The door opened. Sasuke didn't need to look to know who it was. That presence, that overwhelming, suffocating presence that made his instincts scream danger. "You're awake," Naruto said, walking to stand beside the bed. "Good. I was beginning to think I'd hit you too hard. Why are you here?" Sasuke's voice was hoarse. "To see if you learned anything." Sasuke's hands clenched the sheets. "I learned that you're a monster, that no matter what I do, what power I gain, you'll always be." "Stop." Naruto's voice cut through the self-pity like a blade. "I'm not here to listen to your existential crisis. I'm here to offer you a choice, one final time." He pulled a chair over and sat, his posture relaxed but his eyes intense. You have two paths forward, Sasuke. First path, continue as you were. Chase borrowed power. Orochimaru's curse mark, forbidden jutsu. Shortcuts and techniques that make you stronger temporarily but leave you fundamentally weak. Eventually, Orochimaru will take your body, or you'll die trying to kill Itachi, or you'll simply stagnate and become irrelevant. Sasuke wanted to argue, to insist that wasn't true. But the words died in his throat because deep down, he knew Naruto was right. Second path, Naruto continued. You train your body, forge real strength through discipline and time. It will take years, a decade or more. You won't become as strong as me. Nothing human can. But you could become strong enough to kill Itachi through pure physical superiority and perfect technique execution. Strong enough to matter in the empire I'm building. Empire, Sasuke repeated bitterly. You really think you can conquer the shinobi world? I don't think. I know. The only variable is who stands with me when it happens. Naruto leaned forward. You're an Uchiha. Your bloodline has potential. Your body, despite your reliance on the Sharingan, has shown adaptability. You could be useful, but only if you stop being weak. I'm not weak. You abandoned your village to serve a snake who wants to wear your skin. You lost to me twice without landing a single meaningful hit. You're driven by hatred you can't productively channel. Naruto's voice was clinical. That's the definition of weakness, Sasuke. Emotional instability masquerading as determination. Sasuke wanted to activate his Sharingan, to attack, to prove Naruto wrong, but his body was broken and his spirit was worse. What do you want from me? He finally asked. A decision. Right now. Commit to the second path and I'll personally oversee your training. You'll suffer more than you can imagine. Your body will break and rebuild dozens of times. You'll question whether survival is worth it. But you'll emerge stronger than you ever would have under Orochimaru. Naruto stood. Or choose the first path and I'll ensure you never leave this village again. You'll be confined, monitored, and ultimately forgotten. Your choice. Sasuke closed his eyes. Images flashed through his mind. Itachi standing over his parents' corpses, the Mangekyo Sharingan spinning, the promise of vengeance that had driven him for years. Could Naruto's way actually lead to the strength he needed? If I train under you, Sasuke said slowly, will I definitely become strong enough to kill Itachi? No guarantees. Strength isn't guaranteed, it's forged. But if you commit completely, if you embrace the suffering and discipline required, you'll have a better chance than any alternative I've seen you pursue. Silence stretched between them. Fine, Sasuke said finally. I'll train your way, but when I kill Itachi, I'm doing it with my own power, not as your soldier. When you kill Itachi, you'll do it however you can manage. His death doesn't concern me, your development does. Naruto walked toward the door. Heal. In 3 weeks, your training begins. Don't disappoint me. He left without waiting for a response. Sasuke lay in the bed, staring at the ceiling again, and realized something had shifted. The burning hatred was still there. The need for vengeance remained. But underneath it, for the first time since the massacre, he felt something else, purpose. The memorial stone stood in quiet tribute to fallen shinobi. Kakashi visited it daily, as he had for years, speaking to names carved in granite. Obito, Rin, his father, his team who died on missions he'd led. Today he found someone already there. Might Guy stood before the stone, his usually boisterous demeanor subdued. His hand rested on one name in particular, a Chunin who died during the Sound Invasion, one of Guy's former students. Guy, Kakashi greeted quietly. Kakashi. Guy didn't turn around. I've been thinking about Naruto's declaration. Most of the village has been thinking about it. He said he's building an empire, that he'll make us stronger or discard us. That strength is all that matters. Guy's voice was troubled. Part of me wants to reject that philosophy completely. We're shinobi of the leaf. We protect each other. Teamwork, loyalty, youth, and passion. But, Kakashi prompted, but he's not entirely wrong. Guy finally turned to face his rival. How many names are on this stone because they weren't strong enough? Because they tried to protect others but lacked the power to do it? Because they relied on teamwork and strategy against opponents who simply overpowered them? Kakashi had no immediate answer. Rock Lee came to me yesterday, Guy continued. He told me Naruto offered to train him, to forge him into something greater than a taijutsu specialist could normally become. Lee asked my permission to accept. What did you tell him? I said no. Guy's hands clenched into fists. I said Naruto's methods are brutal, that they'll break, that the power of youth isn't about domination, but about protecting those precious to you. He accepted that? He did. Because Lee respects me, because I'm his teacher and his role model. Guy's voice cracked slightly, but I saw the look in his eyes, Kakashi, the hunger, the temptation. He wants to become strong enough to matter, and my methods, as much as I believe in them, have limits. Kakashi understood. Guy's training had made Lee formidable, but formidable had limits. Lee had opened 5 gates and still couldn't scratch Naruto. What happened when Lee faced opponents who were beyond even elite Jonin level? Naruto told me something during the Chunin exams, Kakashi said. He said there were different kinds of strength, different frameworks for understanding power. I thought he was just philosophizing. But maybe he was offering a truth I didn't want to accept. What truth? That our system, the village system, the ranking system, the team-based approach, it works for normal conflicts, for missions and skirmishes and political maneuvering. But when you face someone with absolute power, someone like Naruto or the Akatsuki members we've encountered, our methods fall short. Guy looked back at the memorial stone. So what do? Abandon everything we've built? Embrace Naruto's brutal philosophy? I don't know, Kakashi admitted, but I know we can't ignore him, and we can't stop him. So maybe we prepare, strengthen ourselves, make sure that when his empire comes, we're valuable enough to have a place in it. The words tasted like betrayal, but they also felt like survival. 3 weeks later, Sasuke stood in Training Ground 44, the Forest of Death. His injuries had healed completely thanks to Tsunade's medical ninjutsu and his own Uchiha constitution. He felt physically ready. Mentally, he was uncertain. Naruto appeared without warning, simply materializing from the tree line at a speed Sasuke's Sharingan barely tracked. You came, Naruto observed. I said I would. Many people say things they don't follow through on. I'm pleased you're not one of them. Naruto gestured to the forest around them. This will be your training ground for the next 6 months. No leaving, no missions, no distractions, just training. 6 months of what exactly? Physical cultivation, body strengthening, technique refinement, pain tolerance, mental fortitude. Naruto pulled out a set of weights that looked absurdly heavy. Put these on, all of them. Sasuke examined the weights, armbands, leg bands, a vest. Each one marked with seals indicating they were chakra enhanced to multiply their weight. How much do these weigh combined? Initially, about 500 pounds. The seals will increase the weight automatically as your body adapts. Naruto's expression was neutral. You'll wear them constantly. Sleeping, eating, fighting, everything. That's insane. I won't be able to move. You'll learn or you'll quit. Either outcome is acceptable. Sasuke gritted his teeth and began putting on the weights. The armbands alone made his limbs feel like lead. The vest nearly crushed him when Naruto fastened it across his torso. The leg bands made standing difficult. Good, Naruto said. Now run. 10 laps around the entire Forest of Death. That's approximately 50 miles total distance. You have 12 hours. 12 hours? I can barely walk in these things. Then you'd better start now. Time begins when I finish speaking. If you don't complete the laps, you don't eat tonight. If you don't eat tonight, you'll be weaker tomorrow. If you're weaker tomorrow, the training gets harder as punishment. Naruto's voice was matter of fact. This isn't negotiable. This isn't debatable. Run or quit. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, trying to find any trace of mercy or flexibility in Naruto's expression. There was none. He began running. Each step was agony. The weights pulled at his limbs, his back, his entire body. He made it maybe 100 yards before his legs gave out and he collapsed. Pathetic. Naruto commented from above, standing on a tree branch. Your brother completed the Uchiha massacre while actively using techniques and fighting Anbu. You can't run 100 yards with some extra weight. No wonder you're weak. The words ignited something in Sasuke. Rage. Shame. Determination. He forced himself up and kept running. Hours passed. Sasuke's body screamed in protest. Muscles tore. Joints ached. His chakra reserves depleted from unconsciously trying to reinforce his body. He fell dozens of times. Each time Naruto was there, watching silently from various vantage points. No encouragement, no sympathy. Just observation. On the 7th lap, Sasuke collapsed completely. He couldn't feel his legs, his vision blurred from exhaustion and pain. He'd been running for 9 hours straight with minimal rest. Naruto jumped down from his perch and stood over Sasuke's prone form. "Do you know why I'm training you this way?" Naruto asked. Sasuke could only groan in response. "Because your entire life, you've relied on your eyes, your Sharingan, your bloodline. You see an opponent's movements and you think that's enough. But seeing and reacting are different things. Your eyes can predict perfectly, but if your body can't execute, you're worthless." Naruto crouched down. "Itachi's eyes are better than yours. His body is faster. His techniques are more refined. If you face him as you are, even with Mangekyo Sharingan, even with perfect technique, you'll lose because he's better at using what you both have. So you need to become better at something else." "What? Something else?" Sasuke gasped. "Physical superiority. Raw speed and strength that makes your Sharingan unnecessary except for fine-tuning. If your body is fast enough, strong enough, durable enough, then your eyes become enhancement instead of crutch." Naruto stood. "You have 3 hours left and 15 miles to go. Move." Sasuke wanted to quit. Every fiber of his being screamed to just lie there and accept failure. But then he thought of Itachi, standing over their parents' bodies. The Tsukuyomi torture, the casual dismissal of Sasuke's strength. He forced himself up and kept running. He didn't complete all 10 laps. He finished 8.5 before the 12-hour mark expired, collapsing in a clearing with his body completely spent. Naruto appeared beside him and tossed down a single rice ball. "Eat, sleep. Tomorrow we do it again, but with increased weight." "Increased?" Sasuke could barely speak. "You adapted faster than expected. Your body is already compensating for the current load. The weights will increase by 50 pounds total overnight." Naruto began walking away. "This is mercy, Sasuke. If you were training under Viltrumite standards, you'd be facing actual death daily until your body evolved to survive. Be grateful I'm moderating." He left Sasuke lying in the clearing, staring at the single rice ball that represented his only food for the day. This was going to be hell. Good. Hell was where revenge was forged. In a cave system far from Konoha, the Akatsuki assembled. 9 figures standing on fingers of a massive statue, their bodies projected through astral projection jutsu. Pain stood at the head, his Rinnegan eyes surveying the gathered members. "We've encountered a complication. Naruto Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki, is not what our intelligence suggested." "The blonde brat?" Deidara scoffed. "He's just a genin. Sending Itachi and Kisame was overkill, yeah." "He shattered Samahata," Kisame reported, his voice grim. "The blade that can cut through anything, that absorbs chakra from any source. It broke on his skin like glass. I fought the 4th Raikage, the 8 Tails, some of the strongest shinobi alive. None of them could damage Samahata. This boy did it without trying." The casual delivery made the statement more terrifying. "Itachi?" Pain prompted. The Uchiha spoke carefully. "His physiology is abnormal. My Sharingan couldn't read his chakra network properly. It's barely present, vestigial. I attempted Tsukuyomi through eye contact. The jutsu failed to take hold. Either he has a resistance I've never encountered, or his mental structure is incompatible with the technique." Silence fell over the projection. "That's impossible," Sasori stated. "Tsukuyomi is absolute. It affects the target's perception of time directly. There's no defense except another Mangekyo Sharingan." Nevertheless, it failed. Itachi's voice was flat. "I recommend we postpone capturing the Nine-Tails until we better understand what we're facing." "We can't postpone," Pain countered. "The plan requires all 9 Biju. The Nine-Tails is the most powerful. We need it." "Then send multiple teams," Kakuzu suggested, his mercenary mind calculating. "Overwhelming force. Even an abnormal Jinchūriki can't fight all of us simultaneously." "I'll go," Deidara volunteered. "My art will blow him to pieces. Yeah. Doesn't matter how strong his skin is if the explosion vaporizes him completely." Pain considered. "Deidara, Sasori, you'll form the capture team. Engage the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki. Test his limits. If he's truly unkillable, retreat and report. If there's an opening, extract the Biju." "What about Konoha's forces?" Sasori asked. "The Hokage won't let us waltz in and take their Jinchūriki." "The new Hokage is Tsunade of the Sannin," Itachi provided. "She's powerful but not unbeatable. Avoid direct confrontation if possible. Our objective is the Nine-Tails, not war with Konoha." When do we move? Deidara asked eagerly. 1 month. That gives us time to prepare and for Konoha to lower their guard from the recent invasion. Pain's Rinnegan seemed to glow slightly. Naruto Uzumaki will be ours, no matter what he is. The projections faded, leaving Pain alone in the cave. He stared at the massive statue, the Gedo Mazo, container for the tailed beasts. Madara, Pain said to the shadows, you've been quiet during this discussion. A figure emerged, orange mask, single eye hole, presence that radiated menace despite his theatrical appearance. I'm simply observing, Pain. This Naruto Uzumaki intrigues me. He reminds me of something I encountered long ago, something that shouldn't exist in this era. What do you mean? Nothing you need to concern yourself with. Focus on the plan. I'll handle any anomalies that arise. The masked man's single visible eye curved in what might have been a smile. Though I suspect this boy will handle himself quite well against your members, it will be educational to watch. He vanished into a space-time vortex, leaving Pain alone with his thoughts. The leader of the Akatsuki felt something he rarely experienced: uncertainty. Rock Lee stood at his training ground, running through kata at speeds that would blur to normal observers. His body moved with practiced precision, each strike perfect, each movement economical. Might Guy watched from a distance, pride and concern warring in his heart. Sensei, Lee called out, pausing mid-kata. I can feel myself improving every day, but I also feel limited, like I'm approaching a wall I can't break through. Guy joined his student. That's natural, Lee. Every shinobi faces that wall. It's what separates good from great, great from legendary. Naruto offered to help me break through that wall, Lee said quietly. He said his training would be brutal, that I might break completely, but also that I'd emerge stronger than I ever could on my own. And you want to accept? Part of me does. The part that remembers losing to Gaara. The part that watched Naruto defeat opponents I couldn't even scratch. The part that wants to prove hard work can surpass genius, no matter what. Lee's hands clenched. But another part says that would betray you. Betray your teachings. Betray everything you've given me. Guy was quiet for a long moment. Lee, let me tell you about my father. Might die? Yes. My father was considered a failure, a genin his entire life. Couldn't use ninjutsu or genjutsu. Relied purely on taijutsu in an era when that was seen as inferior. Other shinobi mocked him, called him worthless. Guy's voice carried old pain, but he kept training, kept believing. And when the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist attacked, he opened all 8 gates and defeated 4 of them, saving my team at the cost of his life. Lee listened with rapt attention. My father proved that hard work and determination could achieve the impossible. That's what I've tried to pass on to you, but... Guy hesitated. But I've also wondered if my methods have limits, if there's something beyond what I can teach. You think Naruto could teach me that something? I think Naruto operates on a level I don't understand. His strength isn't just physical, it's philosophical. He believes in absolute power as the only truth. That conflicts with everything I believe about youth and passion and protecting precious people. But, Guy looked at his student. But maybe both philosophies have value. Maybe you can learn from him without abandoning what I've taught you. You're giving me permission? I'm giving you a choice. If you train under Naruto, I won't stop you. But remember, strength without purpose is just violence. Power without compassion is just tyranny. Whatever he teaches you about breaking limits, don't let him break your spirit. Guy placed a hand on Lee's shoulder. You are my student first. Nothing changes that. Lee bowed deeply. Thank you, Sensei. I promise I won't disappoint you. You could never disappoint me, Lee. Just be careful. Naruto is something unprecedented. Make sure you remain yourself in his shadow. 2 weeks passed. Naruto's declaration hung over the village like a storm cloud. People whispered. Factions formed. Some saw him as a savior who'd saved them from pain and Orochimaru. Others saw him as a threat worse than either enemy. Tsunade tried to maintain control through official channels. She issued orders, held meetings, made diplomatic overtures to other villages. But everyone knew the truth. Naruto didn't need permission or approval. He simply existed as an unstoppable force, training in isolation, building strength, preparing for whatever came next. In the forest of death, Sasuke had survived 2 weeks of hell. The weights had increased to 800 pounds total. His body had adapted impossibly fast. muscle density increasing, bone structure strengthening, cardiovascular system evolving beyond normal human limits. He still couldn't beat Naruto, couldn't even touch him in sparring, but he was getting faster, stronger, more capable. And for the first time in years, he felt like he was actually progressing toward his goal rather than just spinning in place. Rock Lee had joined the training 3 days ago. Naruto worked with him separately, pushing the taijutsu specialist to open the 6th gate, something even Guy hadn't mastered yet. The first attempt nearly killed Lee, the second put him in a coma for a day. The third he'd opened it successfully for 3 seconds, progress. Painful, brutal, nearly fatal progress, but progress nonetheless. The Akatsuki made their move at sunset. Deidara and Sasori entered Konoha's airspace without triggering alarms, using a combination of Deidara's clay birds for transport and Sasori's puppet techniques to mask their chakra signatures. They'd studied the village's defenses, identified weak points, planned their approach meticulously. They landed in the commercial district, drawing immediate attention from civilians who recognized their distinctive cloaks. Anbu will be here in minutes, Sasori noted, his puppet body showing no concern. Make it fast. Deidara grinned. Fast and artistic, yeah? He molded clay in his palm, creating a bird that grew to enormous size. Let's make some noise. The clay bird exploded in the center of the district. The blast wave demolished buildings, created a crater 50 feet across, sent civilians fleeing in panic. Alarms blared across the village. Anbu mobilized. Jonin rushed toward the explosion site. And Naruto, training in the forest of death miles away, felt the shock wave and heard the distant blast. His eyes narrowed. Stay here, he told Sasuke and Lee. Don't leave the training ground. But, Lee started. Naruto was already gone, moving at speeds that left sonic booms in his wake. He covered the distance from the forest of death to the commercial district in seconds, arriving to find Deidara creating more clay explosives while Sasori deployed his puppet army. Naruto Uzumaki, Deidara called out, spotting the blonde. The Nine-Tails brat, perfect timing, yeah. Naruto assessed the situation instantly. 2 S-rank criminals, Akatsuki members, here for him specifically. Approximately 43 injured civilians in the immediate area, Anbu arriving within 30 seconds, priorities calculated in microseconds. You're Akatsuki, Naruto stated. Here to capture me for the Nine-Tails, ambitious but foolish. Big talk from a genin. Deidara threw a handful of clay spiders that scurried toward Naruto at high speed. Taste my art! The spiders exploded in sequence, each blast powerful enough to level a building. The combined explosions created a fireball that engulfed Naruto completely. Heat and force that should have vaporized flesh and bone. When the smoke cleared, Naruto stood in a crater, completely unharmed. Not even his clothes were singed. Impossible! Deidara's eye widened. My C2 explosives at point-blank range should have. Naruto blurred forward. One moment in the crater, the next in front of Deidara, his hand clamped around the bomber's throat. Deidara tried to detonate clay directly in Naruto's face. The explosion occurred, a blast that destroyed the ground beneath them and sent shockwaves through nearby buildings. Naruto didn't even blink. He held Deidara through the explosion like it was a mild breeze. Your explosives are impressive by human standards, Naruto observed clinically. Sufficient force to destroy most targets, but I'm not human. Your art is wasted on me. He threw Deidara with controlled strength, enough to send the bomber flying through 3 buildings, but not enough to kill. Deidara crashed in a distant street, coughing blood, his clay hands crushed from the grip. Sasori's puppets attacked from 12 directions simultaneously. Iron sand, poison blades, hidden weapons. Each puppet was a masterwork of ninja technology controlled by Sasori's legendary skill. Naruto stood still and let them strike. Blades shattered against his skin. Poison-coated weapons broke without penetrating. Iron sand wrapped around him but couldn't restrict his movement. He shrugged off the entire assault like children attacking with wooden swords. My puppets are reinforced with chakra metal, Sasori stated, his voice carrying disbelief. They can pierce the 3rd Kazekage's iron sand defense. How are you? Viltrumite physiology, Naruto interrupted. My cellular structure is denser than any material on this planet. Your weapons are primitive by my standards. He grabbed 2 puppets and crushed them in his hands. The masterwork constructions, each worth fortunes and containing years of Sasori's craft, crumpled like paper. Sasori deployed his ultimate technique. Hiriko detached, revealing Sasori's true form as a puppet with a living core. Performance of 100 puppets. 100 puppets emerged from storage scrolls, each one a different weapon system, each one controlled with perfect precision. They attacked in waves, coordinated patterns designed to overwhelm any defense. Naruto moved through them like a storm. Each strike destroyed a puppet completely. Each kick sent fragments flying. Each movement was precise and devastating. In 15 seconds, all 100 puppets were reduced to scrap. Sasori stared at the destruction of his life's work. That took me decades to create. It took me seconds to destroy. That's the difference between us. Naruto appeared in front of Sasori, his hand reaching for the puppet core. You hide your weakness in a shell. I am the weapon. His fingers pierced Sasori's puppet chest, grasping the living core inside. Sasori's eyes widened. No one had ever breached his defenses so easily. Don't, Sasori gasped. Destroy that and I die. I know, Naruto's grip tightened slightly. Give me a reason not to. We were ordered to capture you. But if you're this strong, we can't. Report that to Pain. Tell him the Nine-Tails jinchūriki is beyond our capability. He'll send more of you. Yes, but with better preparation, more members, different strategies. Naruto considered, then released Sasori's core without crushing it. Go, tell your leader that if he wants me, he'll need to come himself. Sending subordinates is a waste of both our time. He grabbed Sasori's puppet body and threw it toward where Deidara had crashed. The puppet flew through the air, landing near the injured bomber. Deidara, one arm barely functional, stared at Naruto standing in the ruins of the district. You're a monster, yeah. I'm superior. There's a difference. Naruto looked at the two Akatsuki members with clinical dispassion. Leave now. If I see either of you again, I'll kill you both. Consider this your only warning. Deidara molded clay with his remaining functional hand, creating a bird large enough to carry both of them. They climbed on and flew away, leaving Konoha's airspace as Anbu finally arrived. Kakashi landed beside Naruto, taking in the destruction. What happened? Akatsuki, 2 members, here to capture me. I sent them away with a message. You let them escape? They weren't worth killing. Better to send a message to their leader. Come yourself or don't come at all. This way, I'll face their strongest eventually, instead of wasting time with repeated waves of subordinates. Kakashi wanted to argue that letting S-rank criminals escape was insane. But looking at the destruction, Deidara's explosions, Sasori's puppet remains, all ineffective against Naruto, he realized the blonde was right. The Akatsuki needed to understand what they were facing, and when they came back, they'd come with everything they had. In the Akatsuki cave, Pain received the report from Deidara and Sasori. Both members were injured, humiliated, and carrying confirmation of what Itachi and Kasame had suggested. He's beyond us individually, Sasori reported. My ultimate techniques, Deidara's most powerful explosives, nothing worked. He moves faster than we can track, hits harder than anything we faced, and doesn't even use chakra-based defenses. It's all physical. Pain's Rinnegan eyes showed no emotion. And his message? That you should come yourself, Deidara said bitterly. He called us a waste of time, yeah. Said if the Akatsuki wants him, their leader needs to bring real strength. Arrogant, Kakuzu observed. No genin should speak to the Akatsuki that way. He's not a genin, Itachi countered. Titles are meaningless with him. He's something else, something that doesn't fit into our classification system. The masked man, Toby, as he called himself publicly, chuckled from the shadows. I told you, Pain. This boy is special. Sending teams won't work. You'll need to go yourself. Bring the full power of the Rinnegan. Pain was silent for a long moment. Then that's what I'll do. I'll go to Konoha personally. I'll capture the Nine-Tails, and I'll show this boy what a god can do. When? Conan asked quietly. 1 week. I need time to prepare, to bring all 6 bodies to full power, to plan the assault properly. Pain's voice carried absolute certainty. Naruto Uzumaki will learn why I'm called Pain, why I carry these eyes, why I will bring peace to this world through overwhelming force. The meeting adjourned. The Akatsuki members dispersed to prepare for what they all knew would be a pivotal battle. And in Konoha, Naruto continued training, waiting for the storm he knew was coming. Tsunade called an emergency meeting with the village's jonin commanders. The Hokage's office was packed with elite shinobi, Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, Kurenai, the clan heads, and various Anbu captains. The Akatsuki just attacked our village, Tsunade began without preamble. 2 S-rank criminals infiltrated, engaged Naruto Uzumaki, and retreated with their lives. This is unprecedented. Why did Naruto let them escape? Shikaku Nara, the Jonin commander and tactical genius, asked. He had them at his mercy according to reports. He wanted to send a message to their leader, force them to commit their strongest members. Tsunade's hands clenched, which means we're likely facing a full Akatsuki assault soon. Can we defend against that? Asuma asked. The Akatsuki has multiple S-rank members. If they all attack simultaneously, we can't defend, Kakashi interrupted. Not conventionally, but we might not need to. Naruto wants them to come. He's planning something. We can't rely on a 12-year-old to defend the village. One of the civilian council members protested. Hiyashi Hyuga spoke for the first time. That 12-year-old defeated 2 S-rank criminals without injury, without effort, without even using his full capabilities. Conventional wisdom doesn't apply to him. Hiyashi is right, Guy added. I've watched Naruto fight. I've seen what he can do. If the Akatsuki comes for him, they're walking into a trap they don't understand. Tsunade slammed her fist on the desk. I don't care how strong Naruto is. This village's defense can't rely on one person. We need contingency plans, evacuation routes, counter strategies. Then make them, Kakashi suggested. But understand that when the Akatsuki arrives, our best strategy is staying out of Naruto's way and protecting civilians. Any Jonin who tries to fight beside him will likely just die. The brutal honesty silenced the room. Is that really where we are? Tsunade asked quietly. One of our own is so powerful that we're strategizing around him instead of with him? Yes, Shikaku confirmed. I've analyzed every combat report, every witness statement, used every piece of data on Naruto Uzumaki. The conclusion is unavoidable. He operates on a level beyond our conventional framework. We're not his equals or his allies. We're bystanders, hoping he chooses to protect us. The meeting continued for hours, plans forming around the understanding that they were facing 2 separate threats. The Akatsuki attacking from outside, and Naruto waiting inside like a loaded weapon pointed at anyone who challenged him. In the Forest of Death, Sasuke completed his 50th lap wearing 1,200 pounds of weights. His body had transformed over the past month. Muscle definition beyond any human athlete, speed that approached low-level Kage, endurance that let him fight for hours without tiring. He still couldn't touch Naruto in sparring. But the gap was closing. Slowly, infinitesimally, but closing nonetheless. Rock Lee had opened the 6th gate successfully for 10 minutes straight. The effort left him unconscious for 3 days, but he'd done it. Guy had cried with pride when Lee demonstrated, though he'd also been horrified at the damage it caused Lee's body. Naruto stood between his 2 students, evaluating their progress. Sasuke, he began, your speed has increased 40%. Your strength has tripled from your baseline. Your endurance is exceptional. You're approaching the level where you could challenge elite Jonin and have a chance of winning. Sasuke nodded, accepting the assessment without pride or false modesty. Lee, your gate mastery has advanced beyond guys at your age. You can now maintain combat effectiveness at the 6th gate for meaningful durations. Combined with your taijutsu refinement, you're becoming a weapon of significant value. Lee bowed deeply. Thank you, Sensei. Don't call me Sensei. I'm not your teacher. I'm your developer. Your resources I'm cultivating. Naruto's voice was matter-of-fact, but resources can become assets, and assets can become subordinates. Continue this trajectory, and you'll have a place in my empire. Empire, Sasuke repeated. You really think you can build one in this world? I don't think. I know. The question isn't if, but when and how. Naruto looked toward Konoha in the distance. The Akatsuki will attack soon. Their leader will come. I'll defeat him. That victory will demonstrate to the shinobi world that conventional power structures are obsolete. Then the real work begins. What real work? Lee asked. Reconstruction. The shinobi village system is inefficient. 5 major villages constantly competing, smaller villages trying to survive, missing nin organizations like Akatsuki forming in the cracks. It's chaos pretending to be order. Naruto's eyes reflected his Viltrumite philosophy. I'll replace it with a true empire, one leader, one military, one absolute authority backed by strength that can't be challenged. Peace through domination. That's tyranny, Sasuke said. That's stability. Tyranny is random cruelty. What I'm planning is systematic order. Everyone knows their place. Everyone has a role. The strong lead, the weak serve. No room for corruption or inefficiency because I'll personally oversee everything. You can't oversee an entire world alone, Lee pointed out. I won't be alone. I'll have subordinates, warriors I've personally trained and vetted. People like you, if you prove worthy. Naruto began walking back toward the village. The Akatsuki attack will come within days. When it does, stay out of the way, watch, learn, and understand what real power looks like. They followed him, both students processing the implications of what they just heard. Naruto was serious. This wasn't delusion or arrogance. This was a plan he genuinely believed he could execute. A plan backed by power that had demonstrated itself time and again. And the terrifying thing was, they were beginning to believe he could actually do it. Pain arrived at Konoha's outskirts at dawn, 7 days after the initial Akatsuki scouting attempt. All 6 paths of Pain moved in formation: Deva, Asura, Human, Animal, Preta, and Naraka. Each body controlled remotely by Nagato from his hidden location, each one possessing different abilities, together forming a combat system designed to defeat any opponent. Konan accompanied them, her paper techniques providing reconnaissance and support. The village is on high alert, Konan reported. Ambu patrols everywhere. Civilians evacuated to shelters. They're expecting us. Good, Pain replied through the Deva path. Let them prepare. It won't matter. He raised his hand, chakra gathering. Shinra Tensei. The massive repulsive force exploded outward, demolishing Konoha's outer wall in a 200-meter radius. The shockwave sent Ambu flying, destroyed guard towers, announced Pain's arrival with overwhelming force. Alarms blared across the village. Shinobi mobilized. Civilians fled to deeper shelters, and Naruto, meditating in his apartment, opened his eyes. Finally, he stood, stretched, and walked to the window. In the distance, he could see the smoke and destruction from Pain's entrance. Multiple signatures, the 6 paths, each one carrying Rinnegan chakra. Interesting. Naruto jumped from his window, covering the distance to the breach in seconds. He landed on top of the destroyed wall, surveying Pain's formation below. The Deva path looked up at him. Naruto Uzumaki, Nine-Tails Jinchūriki, you've been evading us. That ends today. I haven't been evading. I've been waiting, letting you commit your forces, making sure you brought your best. Naruto jumped down, landing in front of the 6 paths without concern. You're Pain, leader of the Akatsuki. I've heard about you, the Rinnegan, the legendary eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths. You're well informed. I make it my business to know potential threats. You want the 9 tails for some plan involving all the tailed beasts, presumably to create a weapon or summon something powerful. I don't care about the details. What matters is you're here, and I'm going to kill you. Pain's expression didn't change. You're confident. Let's see if that confidence is justified. Almighty push! The Deva path unleashed Shinra Tensei directly at Naruto. The repulsive force hit like a tsunami of kinetic energy, pushing everything in its path with overwhelming power. Naruto slid backward, his feet carving trenches in the ground. The force pushed him back 20 meters, but he didn't fall, didn't lose balance. Just slid backward until the technique's energy dispersed. When it ended, Naruto was standing exactly as before, completely unharmed. Good technique, Naruto acknowledged. Strong enough to affect me, insufficient to damage me. Pain's 6 paths attacked simultaneously from different angles. Asura path launched missiles. Animal path summoned a massive dog. Human path lunged to grasp Naruto's head. Preta path moved to absorb chakra. Naraka path hung back, preparing interrogation. Deva path prepared another almighty push, coordinated, tactical. Overwhelming. Naruto moved. He blurred between the paths faster than they could coordinate. His fist crushed Asura path's head, destroying that body instantly. A spinning kick demolished Animal path's summoned dog and caved in the path's ribcage. He grabbed Human path's extended arm and used the body as a weapon, swinging it into Preta path with bone-shattering force. 3 seconds. 3 paths neutralized. The remaining paths, Deva, Naraka path, and the damaged Preta, retreated, reforming their strategy. He's faster than anticipated, Pain assessed, and his physical strength exceeds anything I've encountered. Adjust tactics. Deva path used Bansho Tenin, the attractive force opposite to Shinra Tensei. pulling Naruto toward him at high speed. The moment Naruto was in range, Pretapath attempted to absorb his chakra. The Pretapath's hands touched Naruto's chest and found nothing. No chakra to absorb. The absorption technique activated uselessly, trying to drain energy that wasn't there. Impossible, Pain said through the Pretapath. You're a jinchūriki. You should have enormous chakra reserves. Where? Naruto grabbed the Pretapath's head and crushed it. The skull collapsed under his grip like an egg. 4 paths down. 2 remaining. Naruto turned to the Deva path. Your techniques are interesting. The push and pull, the absorption, the summoning, all good tactical tools, but they assume your opponent uses chakra. I don't. Then what are you? Something beyond your experience. Something your Rinnegan can't comprehend because it's designed to analyze chakra-based life. I'm not chakra-based, I'm Viltrumite. Pain's Deva path prepared the ultimate technique. Then I'll destroy you with pure force. Chibaku Tensei? A black sphere formed in the sky above them. Immediately, massive gravitational force erupted, pulling everything toward it. Buildings tore from foundations. Boulders flew upward. Trees ripped from the earth. The ground itself cracked and broke into chunks that flew toward the sphere. Naruto felt the pull. His body lifted off the ground, drawn toward the forming planetary construct. Around him, debris was already forming layers, tons of rock and earth compressing into an artificial moon. The sphere grew larger, more massive. The gravitational force intensified exponentially. Naruto was pulled into the construct, buried under layers of compressed earth and stone. The sphere continued growing, pulling more material, creating a massive spherical prison in the sky. Pain watched, his Rinnegan glowing. The same technique that sealed the 10 tails. Nothing can escape from. The sphere cracked, a single fracture appeared on the surface, then another, then dozens. Light shone through the cracks, not chakra light, but something else. Raw kinetic energy building to critical mass, Naruto's voice echoed from inside the sphere. Impressive. This much gravitational force would trap almost anyone, would hold any tailed beast, would contain most threats you'd face. The cracks spread faster. But I'm not most threats. The Chibaku Tensei exploded. Naruto erupted from the construct like a meteor, fists glowing with friction heat from punching through compressed rock. The artificial moon shattered completely, raining debris across Konoha. But Naruto controlled his exit trajectory, ensuring the falling boulders landed in evacuated areas. He flew directly at the Deva path, moving at speeds that created sonic booms. Pain attempted Shinra Tensei again. The repulsive force hit Naruto mid-flight. This time, Naruto pushed through it. His flight speed overcame the repulsive force through sheer momentum. He crashed into Deva path like a missile, his hand wrapping around the body's throat as they flew backward together. They crashed through the Hokage Tower, through 3 buildings beyond it, finally slamming into the base of the Hokage monument with enough force to crack the mountain itself. Naruto held Pain's Deva path by the throat, pinning it against the shattered rock. You're the last one, the controlling path. If I crush this body, the technique maintaining the others fails. Pain's Rinnegan stared at him without fear. You're not human. The reports were accurate. What are you? I told you. Viltrumite, a species that conquered 1,000 worlds before I died and was reborn here. Naruto's grip tightened. You sought to bring peace through overwhelming force, through demonstrating power that made resistance futile. I respect that philosophy, but you're using borrowed eyes and corpse puppets. Your power isn't yours, it's stolen. These eyes chose me, Pain rasped. I am the one who will bring peace to this world, who will make the nations understand pain and stop their endless wars. No. You're a cripple hiding in shadows, moving corpses with chakra strings, pretending to be a god. I'll show you what a real god looks like. Naruto pulled Pain closer, his other hand reaching for the Deva path's chest. Where's your real body? Where's Nagato? You know about. I know everything that matters. The Rinnegan's real user is controlling these bodies remotely, probably hiding within several miles, somewhere he feels safe, underground or in a fortified structure. Naruto's senses extended, scanning for unusual chakra signatures. There, 3 kilometers northwest, massive chakra signature, barely alive, connected to these 6 bodies through chakra threads. Pain's eyes widened. Impossible. No one can detect. I'm not using chakra sensing. I'm using enhanced biology, My senses detect electromagnetic patterns, heat signatures, vibration in the ground. Your hiding place is obvious to me. Naruto released the Deva path and jumped toward the northwest, covering 3 kilometers in seconds. He crashed through the roof of a hidden building, a mechanical tower disguised in structure. Inside, Nagato sat in a chair surrounded by machinery. His emaciated body, drained by years of Rinnegan use, looked barely alive. Tubes connected him to the mechanical throne. Conan stood beside him, paper wings forming defensively. "Stay back," Conan commanded, her body already separating into thousands of paper sheets. Naruto ignored her, walking directly toward Nagato. Conan's paper attacked. Thousands of sheets with razor edges, designed to slice flesh to ribbons. The paper shredded against Naruto's skin without leaving marks. He reached Nagato and grabbed the man's frail body, lifting him from the mechanical throne. The chakra threads maintaining the 6 paths severed. Outside, the 5 remaining corpses collapsed. "Nagato," Naruto said, his voice almost gentle. "You gave your legs to summon the Geto Mazo. You destroyed your body maintaining the Rinnegan. You turned yourself into a living chakra battery to power your corpse army, all for peace." "Peace requires sacrifice," Nagato whispered. "Peace requires strength, real strength, not borrowed eyes or complicated techniques or ideology. Absolute power that makes resistance impossible and conflict futile." Naruto set Nagato down carefully. "You had potential. If you'd focused on mastering your own body instead of relying on those eyes, you might have actually achieved something worthwhile." "Then kill me," Nagato said. "You've won. Finish it." "No." Both Nagato and Conan stared in surprise. "You're broken now," Naruto continued. "But broken things can be repaired, rebuilt, made useful again." He looked at Conan. "Take him somewhere safe. Get him medical treatment. Restore his body as much as possible. And when he's healed, bring him to me." "Why?" Conan demanded. "Why spare us?" "Because Nagato understands something most people don't. True peace requires strength. His methods were flawed, his philosophy incomplete, but the core idea was sound." Naruto walked toward the destroyed wall. "I'm building an empire. An empire needs soldiers who understand the necessity of power. Nagato can become one of those soldiers if he abandons the Rinnegan and learns to forge his own strength. The Rinnegan is a crutch, a borrowed power that's destroying him. Remove those eyes, let his body heal, then train his natural abilities." Naruto paused at the exit. "You have 1 year. If you haven't sought me out by then, I'll assume you've chosen death over usefulness. Choose wisely." He left, jumping back toward Konoha to assess the damage. Behind him, Conan held Nagato's broken body and tried to process what had just happened. The man who defeated them completely, who could have killed them without effort, had instead offered mercy, recruitment. "He's insane," Nagato whispered, "thinking he can build an empire, thinking people will follow him." "Is he?" Conan asked quietly. "Or is he the only sane person we've encountered? The only one honest about what power really means?" They sat in the ruins of their hidden base, contemplating impossible choices. Konan's damage was extensive but manageable. Pain's entrance had destroyed the outer wall. The battle's shockwaves had damaged buildings. The Chibaku Tensei's collapse had caused some peripheral destruction, but casualties were minimal. Naruto's intervention had been so fast and decisive that Pain never reached the village's interior, never threatened civilians, never engaged other shinobi. Tsunade surveyed the damage from the Hokage Tower's remains, her expression conflicted. "He did it again," she said to Shikaku. "Defeated an S-rank threat that should have destroyed us, alone, without even seeming challenged." "The 6 paths of pain," Shikaku mused, each one possessing Rinnegan abilities. Combined, they should have been able to defeat any single opponent. Yet Naruto dismantled them in minutes. "What do we do?" Tsunade asked. "How do we handle someone who just keeps proving he's beyond our entire framework?" "We adapt, or we die." Shikaku's pragmatic assessment was brutal. Naruto made his intentions clear weeks ago. He's going to take over eventually. Our choice is whether we prepare for that transition or resist until he forces it. I can't just hand over the village to a 12-year-old. He's not really 12, or at least his mind isn't. Everything about him suggests vast experience, ancient knowledge, a perspective that transcends normal human development. Shikaku pulled out intelligence reports. "I've been compiling data, his combat efficiency, his strategic decisions, His philosophical statements, they all point to someone who's lived centuries, fought thousands of battles, ruled before. You believe his claims about being reincarnated? I believe evidence. And the evidence suggests something far beyond a normal shinobi or even a normal jinchūriki. Shikaku looked at Tsunade directly. My recommendation, start preparing the village for transition. Begin implementing systems that would function under his rule. Make ourselves valuable to his empire rather than obstacles to destroy. That's capitulation. That's survival. Tsunade wanted to argue, wanted to find some way to resist, to maintain independence, to preserve the village as it was. But she'd watched Naruto fight, watched him defeat pain, watched him spare the Akatsuki leader for recruitment rather than execution. He was building something, and she had to decide whether Konoha would be part of that something or crushed beneath it. Draft a proposal, she said finally. Outline what transition preparation would look like. We'll present it to the Jonin Council and see if there's any alternative they can suggest. But they both knew there wasn't. The storm Naruto had promised was here. And all they could do was try to survive it. 3 months passed. Konoha rebuilt its walls, repaired damaged structures, processed what had happened. Sasuke's training intensified. He could now spar with Kakashi at full strength and hold his own. The weights had increased to 2,000 pounds total, an impossible load that Sasuke carried constantly. His body had become something beyond normal human, approaching the limits of what flesh and bone could achieve without supernatural enhancement. Rock Lee could maintain the 7th gate for 5 minutes. Guy had forbidden him from attempting the 8th gate, the gate of death that would give ultimate power at the cost of the user's life. But 7 gates was enough to challenge most Kage-level opponents. Both students had evolved from promising genin to legitimate threats on the world stage, and Naruto continued to grow stronger. One evening, Jiraiya found Naruto training at the Valley of the End. The Toad Sage had been away gathering intelligence, only recently returning to hear about the Pain invasion. "We need to talk," Jiraiya said, landing on the same statue where Naruto stood. "About what?" "About what you're planning, about your empire, about whether I need to try stopping you before this goes too far." Naruto looked at the Sannin with dispassionate evaluation. "You couldn't stop me if you tried. You know that. Maybe not alone, but I have allies, Tsunade, the village, other nations if necessary. Nations you'd turn against your own village? You'd start a world war to prevent my rise to power?" Naruto's voice carried curiosity rather than anger. "Interesting priorities. I've seen what happens when single individuals hold absolute power. It corrupts, destroys, creates tyranny that takes generations to overthrow." Jiraiya's expression was serious. "I believe in democracy, in checks and balances, in systems that prevent any one person from dominating. Those systems are failing. The shinobi village structure creates constant conflict. 5 great nations competing for resources and prestige, smaller nations caught in the middle. Missing nin organizations forming because the current system can't accommodate everyone. Your democracy imbalances have produced centuries of war. And your empire will produce what? Peace through fear? Peace through certainty. When there's one absolute power, conflict becomes pointless. No village attacks another because doing so means fighting me. No missing 9 organizations form because everyone has a place in the hierarchy. No wars happen because I say they don't." Jiraiya shook his head. "That's not peace. That's suppression. Call it what you want. Results matter more than definitions." Naruto turned to face Jiraiya fully. "But you came here to challenge me, to see if you could be the one who stops the tyrant before he rises. So let's settle this. Attack me with everything you have. If you win, I'll reconsider my plans. If I win, you accept that resistance is futile." Jiraiya hesitated. He'd seen the reports of Naruto fighting Pain, knew the boy was incredibly dangerous, but he was still a Sannin, still one of the most powerful shinobi alive. Maybe, just maybe, he could land a decisive blow. He bit his thumb and slammed his hand down. "Summoning Jutsu!" Gamabunta, the boss toad, appeared in a massive puff of smoke. The giant summon looked around, saw Naruto, and immediately sensed danger. "Jiraiya, what are you getting me into? We need to stop that boy. He's planning to conquer the shinobi world." "The blonde kid? He doesn't look that dangerous." "Looks are deceiving," Naruto said calmly. You're a summon. You have a contract with the Toad clan. That makes you more durable than normal creatures, but still bound by biological limits. I could kill you in one strike. Gamabunta's eyes narrowed. Big talk from a... Naruto moved. He jumped from his statue, crossed the gap between them in a blur, and delivered a single punch to Gamabunta's head. The impact created a shockwave that rippled through the Toad's entire body. Gamabunta's eyes rolled back, and he dispelled instantly. Sent back to Mount Myoboku unconscious from one hit, Jiraiya stared in shock. Gamabunta was massive, powerful, had fought the Nine Tails and lived, and Naruto had just knocked him out with a casual punch. Your turn, Naruto said, landing in front of Jiraiya. The Sannin formed hand seals at incredible speed. Fire style, flame bomb jutsu. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, a technique that could melt steel and incinerate buildings. It engulfed Naruto completely, temperatures exceeding anything normal flesh could survive. When the flames dispersed, Naruto stood unmoved, not even sweating. Weak, Naruto assessed. Try harder. Jiraiya entered Sage mode. His appearance changed, toad-like features, orange pigmentation around his eyes, massive increase in power. In this state, he was one of the strongest combatants alive. He attacked with Sage-enhanced taijutsu. Each strike carried enough force to shatter boulders. Each movement was faster than most eyes could track. He combined punches with kicks, with chakra-enhanced palm thrusts, creating combinations that would overwhelm most opponents. Naruto blocked every strike with one hand. Didn't dodge, didn't counter, just casually deflected Jiraiya's Sage mode attacks like they were children's blows. This is the power that trained the fourth Hokage? Naruto asked. The legendary Toad Sage's ultimate form? Disappointing. Jiraiya tried the Rasengan, the fourth Hokage's signature technique. The sphere of rotating chakra formed in his palm, containing enough power to bore through solid rock. He drove it toward Naruto's chest. Naruto caught it. His hand closed around the Rasengan, and the technique simply stopped. The chakra dispersed against his palm harmlessly. Chakra manipulation, Naruto observed. Efficient. Powerful, completely useless against someone with physical superiority. He flicked Jiraiya's forehead. The casual strike sent the Sannin flying backward, crashing through the waterfall and into the cliff face beyond. The impact created a crater 50 feet across. Jiraiya fell from the crater, bleeding, his Sage mode dispersing from the damage. He landed at the water's edge, struggling to rise. Naruto appeared beside him. Do you understand now? The gap between us isn't skill or technique or experience. It's fundamental. You're human. I'm Viltrumite. You cannot overcome that through training or tactics or summons. It's biology. Then kill me, Jiraiya gasped. If you're going to build your empire, you'll need to eliminate obstacles. I'm one. Finish it. No, you're more valuable alive. Naruto extended his hand. You're a legendary spy. Your intelligence network spans nations. Your knowledge of world politics is extensive. When I build my empire, I'll need information brokers who understand the current system. You could be useful if you accept reality. Jiraiya looked at the offered hand, then at Naruto's face. You really believe you can conquer the world and people will be better off? I believe I can create order where there's currently chaos. Whether people are better off depends on your metrics. They'll be safer, more stable, living under clear rules instead of constant uncertainty. Is that better? I think so. But I'm not asking permission. Jiraiya didn't take the hand. He pulled himself up independently. I won't help you willingly, but I won't actively resist anymore either. You've proven resistance is suicide. I'll observe, report to Tsunade, and hope you prove me wrong about what absolute power does to people. That's all I ask. Observation. Maybe in time, you'll see I'm right. Jiraiya limped away, his body aching from the brief fight. He'd come to stop a tyrant and been dismissed like a child challenging an adult. The humiliation was total, but the understanding was clear. Naruto Uzumaki couldn't be stopped through conventional means. The only question was what happened when someone truly unstoppable decided to reshape the world. 6 months after Pain's defeat, Naruto stood before the village council. Not as a defendant or supplicant, but as someone making a declaration. Tsunade sat at the head table, Shikaku beside her. The clan heads, Hiyashi, Shikaku's wife Yoshino, Sume Inuzuka, Shibi Aburame, Inoichi Yamanaka, Choza Akimichi, the Jonin commanders, representatives from civilian government. Everyone who mattered in Konoha's power structure was present. I'm claiming the title of Hokage, Naruto announced, effective immediately. You're 13 years old, a civilian council member protested. The Hokage must be at least. There are no age requirements in times of emergency. The third took office at a young age. Tsunade was appointed despite being absent from the village for years. Precedent supports emergency appointments. Naruto's voice was calm. But precedent is irrelevant. I'm not asking permission. I'm stating fact. Tsunade stood. Naruto, I understand your strength, your capabilities, but the Hokage is more than a strong fighter. It's politics, diplomacy, paperwork. Are you prepared for that? No, I have no interest in paperwork or civilian administration. You'll handle that. Naruto looked at her directly. I'm not replacing you as administrator. I'm taking the position of supreme military commander. You remain Hokage in title and civilian function. I become Hokage in authority and strategic direction. The room erupted in confused discussion. That's two Hokage, Shikaku said. We've never had dual leadership. You've never had someone like me. The system adapts. Naruto addressed the full council. Here's how this works. Tsunade handles village administration, medical systems, civilian governance, paperwork, diplomatic meetings. I handle military command, threat elimination, strategic planning, and ultimate authority on matters of war and defense. We divide responsibilities based on capability. And if we disagree on something, Tsunade asked, I have final authority, but I'll consider your counsel on matters where you have expertise I lack. Naruto's expression was serious. I'm not trying to micromanage civilian life. I don't care about building permits or market regulations or civilian complaints, but I will direct our military. I will decide when we go to war. I will shape our defense posture. Those are non-negotiable. Hiyashi Hyuga spoke. What you're proposing is essentially making yourself military dictator while Tsunade remains civil administrator. That's a massive power concentration. Yes, because I have the power to back it. Because threats exist that require absolute authority to counter. Because the current committee-based decision system is too slow when facing enemies like Pain or the Akatsuki. Naruto looked at each council member. I've proven I can defeat threats you cannot. I've saved this village multiple times. I'm offering to formalize that protection while leaving civilian governance intact. The alternative is I simply take everything by force. The threat hung in the air. Not because Naruto said it aggressively, but because everyone knew he could absolutely do it. I need time to consider this, Tsunade said finally. This is unprecedented. I need to consult with advisors, review legal frameworks. You have 24 hours, Naruto interrupted. Make your decision. Accept the dual Hokage structure, or I'll simplify things by taking sole authority. Your choice. He left the council chamber. Behind him, chaos erupted as council members debated, argued, tried to find alternatives, but they all knew the truth. Naruto had just given them an ultimatum they couldn't refuse. 18 hours later, Tsunade called an emergency session. The same council, but this time with a decision. We've deliberated, Tsunade began, her voice heavy, and we've concluded that Naruto's proposal, while unprecedented, is pragmatic given current circumstances. The civilian council member who protested earlier stood. This is insane! We're essentially surrendering to internal tyranny. We're acknowledging reality, Shikaku countered. Naruto has demonstrated superior combat capability. He's defeated multiple S-rank threats. He has the respect of several elite jonin and their students. He's offering to maintain civilian governance while only taking military command. That's more generous than he needs to be. What happens when he decides civilian governance should be under his control too? Another member asked. Then I'll deal with it, Tsunade said firmly. But for now, this structure maintains stability while utilizing Naruto's capabilities for village defense. It's the best option available. Hiyashi raised his hand. I move to accept the dual Hokage structure with a 5-year trial period. After 5 years, we review and decide whether to continue or modify the arrangement. Seconded, Shikaku agreed. The vote was called. It passed with majority support. All the clan heads voted yes. Most jonin commanders voted yes. The civilian council split, but ultimately accepted reality. Naruto was summoned back to the chamber. We've accepted your proposal, Tsunade announced. You'll be granted the title of military Hokage with supreme authority over defense and combat operations. I retain the title of Administrative Hokage with authority over civilian governance and diplomatic functions. Will coordinate on issues that cross both domains. Acceptable, Naruto said simply. There will be a public ceremony in 1 week to announce the new structure. You'll need to. No ceremony. Announce it through official channels. I don't need public validation. Naruto looked at the assembled council. I'll begin reorganizing military command immediately. All jonin report to me for new assignments. Ambush structure will be reviewed and modified. Defense protocols will be updated. Expect significant changes. He started to leave, then paused. One more thing. I'm establishing a new division, the Imperial Guard. Elite warriors trained under my personal supervision. They'll handle threats beyond normal jonin capability. Sasuke Uchiha and Rock Lee will be the first members. I'll recruit others as they prove worthy. Imperial Guard? Tsunade repeated. That name suggests? The empire I've been building toward. Yes, this village is the foundation. The Imperial Guard is the core military force. Everything else develops from there. Naruto's voice carried absolute certainty. You wanted to know what my long-term plan was. Now you know. Konoha becomes the center of a new order. The shinobi world unifies under single authority. Wars end because I say they end. That's the future I'm creating. He left before anyone could respond. The council sat in stunned silence, processing what they just agreed to. They legitimized Naruto's authority, giving him official power to match his practical capability. Taking the first step toward the empire he'd promised, there was no going back now. The announcement shocked the shinobi world. Konoha now had dual Hokage, an unprecedented structure that suggested internal instability or innovation depending on interpretation. The other major villages reacted with suspicion and concern. The Raikage called an emergency meeting of his advisors. The Kazekage consulted with his siblings. The Mizukage increased border patrols. The Tsuchikage, old and experienced, simply noted that power consolidations like this usually preceded expansion. They were all correct to worry. Naruto's first act as military Hokage was reorganizing Konoha's combat forces. He evaluated every jonin personally, brief combat tests that demonstrated capability. Those who passed were retained with new assignments. Those who failed were demoted or reassigned to support roles. It was ruthless but efficient. Within 2 weeks, Konoha's military structure was completely transformed. The Imperial Guard began training. Sasuke and Lee were joined by Neji Hyuga, who'd accepted after Naruto demonstrated the futility of resisting. 3 Anbu operatives who'd shown exceptional potential, and surprisingly, Gaara, the former jinchūriki, had sought out Naruto after hearing about the new structure. You defeated me. Defeated pain. You understand strength in ways I'm still learning. I want to join your empire. Naruto studied Gaara carefully. You contain Shukaku. That makes you volatile. I have perfect control now. The Biju and I have reached understanding. Gaara's sand swirled around him demonstratively. I can be useful. Can you follow orders? Submit to authority? Suppress your ego for the greater good? If that authority is worthy, if that good is real, yes. Naruto extended his hand. Then welcome to the Imperial Guard. You'll train under my methods. It will be brutal. I expect nothing less. The Guard became Konoha's elite unit. They trained constantly, fought in the hardest missions, eliminated threats before they became problems. Under Naruto's direct command, they evolved into something beyond normal shinobi, warriors who combined technique with raw physical prowess, who relied on strength first and jutsu second. They became the model for Naruto's vision of what shinobi should be. 1 year after becoming military Hokage, Naruto stood at the border between Fire Country and the neutral territory. He'd called a meeting of all 5 Kage, a summit to discuss the future of the shinobi world. They came, curious and concerned. The Raikage, A, the 4th, brought his brother Killer B and his guards. The Tsuchikage Onoki brought his granddaughter Kurotsuchi. The Mizukage, Mei Terumi, brought her bodyguards. The Kazekage, Gaara, came alone, as he was now part of Naruto's Imperial Guard and represented both Sand and Konoha's interests. Tsunade accompanied Naruto as administrative Hokage, but everyone understood who held real power. The summit was held in a large neutral building constructed specifically for this purpose. The 5 Kage sat at a round table, no head position, everyone theoretically equal. Naruto stood rather than sat, immediately establishing dominance. Thank you for coming, he began. I've called this summit to discuss the future. The current shinobi village system is failing. Wars continue. Resources are wasted on conflict. Progress is hindered by constant competition. This is unacceptable. Unacceptable to whom? The Raikage challenged. Each village is sovereign. We don't answer to Konoha or anyone else. You don't answer to anyone because no one has sufficient power to compel you. That's about to change. Naruto's voice was calm. I'm offering you all a choice. Submit to a unified command structure under my authority, and your villages maintain autonomy in domestic affairs. Resist, and I'll conquer you by force. Those are your options. The Raikage stood, lightning chakra crackling around his body. You think you can threaten the 5 great nations? One boy against the combined military might of the shinobi world? Yes. Naruto didn't elaborate, just stood there, radiating confidence. This is madness, Onoki said, though his voice carried less certainty than the Raikage's anger. No one can unify the shinobi world through force. The first Hokage tried. Madara Uchiha tried. Both failed. They failed because they relied on Biju and techniques. They fought conventional wars. I won't. Naruto looked at each Kage. I'll demonstrate. Each of you brought your strongest bodyguards. Have them attack me simultaneously. If they can force me to use my full power, I'll withdraw my proposal. If I defeat them effortlessly, you'll accept that resistance is futile. The Kage exchanged glances. This was insane, but also an opportunity to gauge Naruto's true capability. Agreed, the Raikage said. B. Show him what real power looks like. Killer B stepped forward, his Biju cloak already forming. The 8 tails chakra surrounded him, giving him multiple tails of corrosive energy. Yo, blonde boy, you about to see the power of the 8 tails in me. The Tsuchikage's bodyguards, Akatsuchi and Kurotsuchi, prepared earth release techniques. The Mizukage's guards readied water style. Even Tsunade's Ambu, who'd accompanied them, looked ready to intervene. 8 elite shinobi, including a perfect jinchūriki, prepared to attack simultaneously. Naruto didn't move from where he stood. They attacked. B lunged forward with tailed beast ball forming in his mouth. Akatsuchi created massive stone fists. Kurotsuchi used lava release. The mist guards generated water dragons. The Ambu threw every weapon they had. Coordinated. Overwhelming. Designed to crush any normal opponent. Naruto raised one hand. The tailed beast ball struck his palm and detonated. The explosion should have vaporized him and destroyed the building. Instead, the energy dispersed against his hand harmlessly. The stone fist shattered on impact with his body. The lava cooled instantly against his skin. The water dragons broke apart. The weapons bounced off without leaving marks. He stood exactly as before, completely unharmed, not even breathing hard. Weak, he assessed. A perfect jinchūriki's ultimate attack. High-level earth and lava release. Coordinated assault from 8 directions. All meaningless against superior physiology. Before anyone could react, Naruto moved. He blurred between the 8 attackers faster than eyes could track. Each one received a single precise strike, enough to incapacitate without killing. In 3 seconds, all 8 elite warriors were on the ground, disabled, including Killer B, who lay unconscious with the 8 tails subdued. The Kage stared in absolute shock. What they just witnessed shouldn't be possible. One person defeating 8 elite combatants, including a perfect jinchūriki in seconds, without taking damage or seeming challenged. Do you understand now? Naruto asked, standing amidst the incapacitated guards. This isn't arrogance or delusion. This is fact. I am physically superior to anything you can field. I could walk into each of your villages alone and force submission. I'm offering you the option to avoid that humiliation. The Raikage's lightning chakra flickered and died. He sat back down, looking decades older. What are your terms? Simple. Each village maintains internal governance. You choose your own Kage, handle civilian affairs, manage domestic policy. But military command unifies under me. No more wars between villages. No more competing for resources through conflict. Disputes are settled through arbitration or, if necessary, by my judgment. In exchange, I provide absolute defense against external threats. You're asking us to become vassal states, Onoki said. I'm asking you to be part of an empire. There's a difference. Vassals have no agency. You'll have plenty, just not the agency to start wars or resist central authority. Mei Terumi spoke for the first time. And if we refuse, you'll really attack our villages? I'll conquer them, thoroughly, efficiently. Then install leadership that will accept the new order. I'd prefer willing cooperation, but I'll accept forced submission if necessary. Silence filled the chamber. The Kage processed the ultimatum, the demonstration, the implications. Gaara spoke, his voice calm. I've already accepted this future. Sand Village prospers under the alliance with Konoha. Our resources are better managed. Our shinobi are better trained. We've had 0 major conflicts since aligning with Naruto's vision. What he offers is peace through strength. That's not tyranny, it's stability. Spoken like someone already conquered, the Raikage muttered. Spoken like someone who recognizes superior strength and chooses to work with it rather than be destroyed by it. Gaara corrected. The debate continued for hours. Arguments for and against, strategic considerations, pride versus pragmatism, fear versus ambition. Finally, the Raikage stood. I need time to consult with my advisors. This is too big a decision to make hastily. You have 1 month, Naruto stated. Return here with your decision. Accept unification or prepare for conquest. There's no third option. The summit ended with nothing resolved formally, but everything changed practically. The Kage had seen what they were facing, had watched their strongest warriors defeated effortlessly, had heard the ultimatum that couldn't be dismissed as empty threat. The shinobi world was about to change. The only question was whether that change came through cooperation or conquest. 28 days later, the Kage returned to the summit location. All except the Raikage. He'd sent a representative, his brother Killer B, with a message. Big Bro says he can't accept, B-Wrapped. Says Cloud Village stands free, but he won't fight pointlessly. He'll watch and see what comes to be. In other words, refusal to submit, but also refusal to actively resist. A middle ground that acknowledged Naruto's power while maintaining pride. Onoki spoke for Iwagakure. I'm old. I've seen too many wars, too many conflicts, too much bloodshed. If you can actually bring peace, I'll support it. But prove it first. Start with willing villages. Show the system works, then we'll join. Another middle ground. Not submission, but not resistance either. Mei Terumi was more direct. Kirigakure has suffered through civil war and the Bloody Mist era. We need stability. I'll accept your unification on one condition. I remain Mizukage and maintain control over our internal affairs. Military command you can have. Accepted. Naruto said immediately. Gaara represented both Sand and Konoha. Both villages are already aligned. We'll serve as the model for how this empire functions. 2 villages committed. 2 watching. 1 refusing, but not fighting. Good enough to start, Naruto declared. Kirigakure and Sunagakure joined with Konohagakure to form the first unified command structure. We'll establish trade agreements, shared military defense, coordinated diplomatic policy. Iwagakure and Kumogakure, you'll have observer status. You can watch how the system develops without committing. And if we actively resist? Onoki asked. Then I'll conquer you. But I'd prefer not to. Willing cooperation is more stable than forced submission. Naruto looked at each Kage. I'm building an empire, but I'm not trying to destroy everything you've built. I'm trying to organize it into something sustainable, something that doesn't require constant war to function. The summit concluded with formal agreements signed. 3 villages unified, 2 observing. The first steps toward Naruto's empire were complete. 3 years passed. The unified command structure worked. Trade flourished between the 3 allied villages. Joint military exercises improved coordination. Conflicts that would have sparked wars were resolved through arbitration. The benefits became obvious even to the observing villages. Iwagakure joined the alliance in year 2. Kumogakure held out until year 3, when a threat from beyond the shinobi nations, a massive army of bandits from across the ocean, attacked their shores. Naruto personally led the defense, destroying the invasion force in a single day. The Raikage, witnessing this, finally accepted that pride was less important than practical security. All 5 major villages were now unified under central military command. Smaller villages were given the same choice. Join the alliance with guaranteed protection and trade benefits, or remain independent, but accept that protection wouldn't be available if they faced threats. Most joined within months. The empire was forming. Naruto was 16 now. His body had continued developing, his powers growing stronger through constant training and occasional combat. The Imperial Guard numbered 20 members, the strongest warriors from all 5 villages, personally trained and vetted by Naruto. Sasuke had killed Itachi 8 months ago. The confrontation had been brief and brutal. Sasuke's physical superiority, trained through years of brutal conditioning, had overcome Itachi's technique mastery. The Uchiha clan's revenge was complete. Sasuke now served as one of the Imperial Guard's commanders, his hatred channeled into protecting the Empire. Rock Lee could open the 8th gate for 30 seconds without dying, an impossible achievement that guys still couldn't believe. Lee had become the Empire's premier taijutsu specialist, training others in pure physical combat. Gaara's control of Shukaku was perfect. The Biju and Jinchūriki had become true partners, their combined power formidable even by Naruto standards. The Empire was strong, stable, growing. But challenges remained. The coalition of missing nin organizations had formed in response to the Empire's expansion. Groups like the Akatsuki Remnants, independent mercenaries, rogue villages, they'd united under the understanding that Naruto's order threatened their existence. They called themselves the Free Alliance. Their leader was someone Naruto knew. Orochimaru survived from his earlier defeat and now organizing resistance. The Snake Sanin had gathered an impressive force, hundreds of skilled warriors. Forbidden Jutsu, experimental techniques designed specifically to counter Naruto's strengths. They attacked the Empire's border outpost in a coordinated assault, destroying the garrison and sending a message. Resistance was possible. Naruto received the report and smiled. Finally, a real challenge. He mobilized the Imperial Guard and went to face the Free Alliance personally. The battlefield was a massive plain between territories. The Free Alliance army numbered over 500, missing 9 from a dozen nations, all trained and equipped specifically to fight Naruto's empire. The Imperial Guard numbered 20. The numerical disparity didn't concern Naruto at all. Spread out, he commanded his guard. Handle the peripheral forces. I'll deal with Orochimaru and his command structure. The guard moved to obey. Sasuke led one wing, Lee another, Gaara the third. They engaged the enemy forces with practiced efficiency, their training evident in every movement, and Naruto flew directly toward the center of the enemy formation, where Orochimaru waited. The Snake Sanin had prepared extensively. Hundreds of corpses reanimated through Edo Tensei surrounded him. Dead shinobi brought back as immortal warriors. Forbidden jutsu were prepared. Trap seals covered the ground. Naruto Uzumaki, Orochimaru called out. Finally, we face each other as true enemies. I've spent years preparing for this moment. You've spent years wasting your time, Naruto replied, landing 50 meters away. Edo Tensei won't save you. Forbidden jutsu won't save you. That nothing you've prepared will be sufficient. We'll see. Everyone, attack! The reanimated army charged. Hundreds of immortal warriors, each one a skilled shinobi in life, now infinite in endurance. They surrounded Naruto from all directions. Weapons drawn, jutsu prepared. Naruto didn't move defensively. He attacked. He moved through the Edo Tensei army like a natural disaster. Each punch pulverized a reanimated body completely, scattering the ashes that would prevent reformation. Each kick sent multiple corpses flying. Each movement was precise devastation. The Edo Tensei couldn't overwhelm him because his speed was too high, couldn't damage him because their weapons and jutsu were ineffective, couldn't exhaust him because his stamina was effectively infinite. In 5 minutes, 300 reanimated warriors were completely destroyed. Orochimaru watched in growing horror. Impossible. The Edo Tensei are immortal. They can't be destroyed. They can if you pulverize them thoroughly enough that the reanimation can't reassemble them. Naruto walked through the battlefield, leaving nothing but ash. You should have studied your opponent better, learned what you were facing. Instead, you assumed conventional tactics would work with enough preparation. He appeared in front of Orochimaru before the Sanin could react. You had potential once. You were one of the legendary Sanin, student of the third Hokage, genius of your generation. But you wasted it all chasing immortality through shortcuts, body swapping, forbidden jutsu, experiments on children, all because you feared death instead of embracing strength. Orochimaru tried to shed his skin to escape through his signature technique. Naruto grabbed his throat and held him in place through the attempt. The body shedding failed, unable to complete with Naruto's grip disrupting the chakra flow. You attacked my empire, Naruto stated. killed my soldiers, organized resistance. The penalty for that is death. Wait, Orochimaru gasped. I have knowledge, techniques, secrets of the shinobi world that could benefit your empire. I don't need your knowledge. I have power. Naruto's grip tightened. But I'll make you an offer. Permanent imprisonment in exchange for information. You'll be confined for life but kept alive to answer questions when needed. Or death now. Choose quickly. Orochimaru's survival instinct won over pride. Imprisonment. I choose imprisonment. Smart choice. Naruto sealed Orochimaru in a containment scroll and turned to face the remaining Free Alliance forces. The Imperial Guard had decimated the peripheral units. The enemy was in full retreat, their coordination shattered. The battle was over in less than an hour. The Free Alliance was broken. Their leader captured. Their army destroyed. The message was clear. Resistance to Naruto's empire was suicide. Naruto stood before the unified council, representatives from all 5 major villages, plus the smaller nations that had joined the alliance. The chamber was massive, designed to accommodate the new empire's growing bureaucracy. The Free Alliance is defeated, Naruto announced. Orochimaru is imprisoned. The missing nin organizations that opposed us are scattered. This is the moment we formalize what we've built. He gestured to a map of the shinobi world projected on the wall. 5 major villages, dozens of smaller nations, hundreds of independent settlements, all now unified under central command. The wars are over. The constant conflicts have ceased. Trade flows freely. Resources are allocated efficiently. We've achieved what the first Hokage dreamed of, but couldn't complete. Tsunade, still administrative Hokage of Konoha, spoke. What are you proposing specifically? Official declaration of empire. We stop pretending this is an alliance of independent villages and acknowledge the reality. This is the Shinobi Empire, unified under single authority. I'll take the title of emperor. Each Kage retains their position as regional administrator, but answers to central command on military and diplomatic matters. A council of representatives handles legislation and resource allocation. The Imperial Guard enforces order and handles threats beyond normal capability. That's a massive change from our current structure, Onoki noted. It's a formalization of what already exists. Right now, we have confused authority. Some decisions go through me, some through the Kage, some through the council. People don't know who to appeal to or who has final say. The empire structure clarifies everything. Gaara stood. I support the proposal. We've proven the system works. Making it official just gives us better framework for growth. I also support, May agreed. The Mist has prospered under this arrangement. Formalizing it makes sense. One by one, the representatives voted. The proposal passed with overwhelming majority. Only a few holdouts from traditionalist factions opposed, and even they didn't actively resist. The Shinobi Empire was declared. Naruto Uzumaki, at 17 years old, became emperor of the unified shinobi world. The coronation ceremony was massive. Representatives from every nation attended. Civilians and shinobi filled the streets of Konoha, now renamed the imperial capital. The celebration lasted 3 days. Naruto stood on the Hokage monument, looking out over the transformed world. The 5 original faces of Konoha's Hokage had been joined by a 6th, his own, carved to represent the empire's founding. Sasuke approached, now commander of the Imperial Guard's 1st Division. Hard to believe we got here. Was it? Naruto asked. I told you years ago this was inevitable. You doubted then? Do you doubt now? No, you've proven everything you claimed, built everything you promised. Sasuke looked at the same view. I hated you once. Thought you were a monster, but watching what you've created, I can't deny you were right. Hatred doesn't require denying truth. You can hate my methods and still acknowledge their effectiveness. I don't hate you anymore. I respect you. There's a difference. Rock Lee joined them, his green jumpsuit replaced with the Imperial Guard's formal uniform, still distinctive but more practical. Emperor Naruto has a nice ring to it. I don't care about titles, only results. Naruto turned to face his 2 oldest students. You've both grown strong, become worthy warriors. I'm proud of what you've achieved. That's the first time you've ever said you're proud of anything, Lee noted, because it's the first time it's been true to this degree. You started as genin with potential. Now you're commanders of the Empire's elite force. That's real growth. Tsunade approached, looking older but healthier than she had in years. The stress of sole leadership had been replaced by shared responsibility. The council needs your presence for the final signing of the Imperial Charter. Tell them I'll be there in a moment. Naruto looked at the sunset over his empire. I need to finish something first. When the others left, Naruto stood alone on the monument and spoke to the memory of someone who wasn't there. Omni-Man, Thragg, the Grand Regent of the Viltrumite Empire. I was you once. Died as you in battle against a boy who rejected our philosophy, was reborn here without understanding why. But now I know. He looked at his hands, still powerful, still capable of destroying planets if he pushed himself far enough, but also capable of building something lasting. I was wrong in my first life. Or not wrong, but incomplete. I understood conquest, but not governance. Understood domination, but not sustainability. The Viltrumite Empire ruled through fear and absolute power, but it also bred rebellion and resentment. It required constant suppression to maintain. This empire is different. It's built on strength, yes, absolute physical superiority that makes rebellion futile, but it's also built on benefits, on trade and prosperity and protection that makes cooperation preferable to resistance. It's what the Viltrumite Empire should have been if we'd been less arrogant. I've conquered this world, but I've also given it peace, ended the wars, created stability. That's not weakness, it's evolved strength. Understanding that true conquest isn't just defeating enemies, but building something they want to be part of. He smiled, a rare, genuine expression. Thank you for dying, for giving me this chance to be reborn and do it right. The Viltrumite Empire fell, but the Shinobi Empire will endure because it's better. The sunset painted the sky in orange and red. In the distance, the imperial capital bustled with celebration. The world Naruto had promised to conquer and reshape was thriving. The conquest was complete. The empire had begun. And Naruto Uzumaki, the emperor who was once the Grand Regent, finally understood what Invincible had tried to tell Thragg all those years ago. True strength isn't just the power to destroy. It's the wisdom to build something worth protecting. 10 years later, the Imperial Council chamber had evolved significantly. Representatives from hundreds of territories now attended sessions, all connected through a communication system that allowed real-time participation regardless of location. Emperor Naruto, now 27, stood before the assembly. His appearance had matured, but his power had only grown. Daily training maintained his Viltrumite physiology at peak performance. He could now move at speeds approaching light, could punch hard enough to split continents if he chose, could survive in the vacuum of space indefinitely. He was by every measure the most powerful being on the planet. But power alone wasn't why the empire thrived. Council, Naruto began the session. This year marks our 10th anniversary of unification. I've asked our administrative division to compile performance metrics. Mei, if you would present. Mei Terumi, now Chief Administrative Officer while retaining her Mizukage title, stood. Her presentation appeared on screens throughout the chamber. 10-year comparison. Wars between nations reduced from constant to zero. Trade volume increased by 400%. Technological advancement accelerated by massive research coordination. Literacy rates improved from 40% to 85%. Life expectancy increased by 15 years on average. Missing need activity reduced by 90%. The numbers were staggering. The empire hadn't just prevented wars, it had actively improved quality of life for billions of people. These aren't just statistics, Mei continued. These represent real improvements in real lives. Children growing up without fear of war, farmers trading freely across what used to be hostile borders, researchers collaborating instead of competing. This is what peace looks like when properly implemented. Applause filled the chamber. Shikaku Nara, now Grand Strategist of the Empire, spoke next. Our remaining challenges are primarily external. Threats from beyond our borders, the unknown continent across the ocean, for example. We've had limited contact with their civilizations. They're watching our unification with concern. Let them watch, Naruto said. We're not expansionists beyond our current territories. We've unified the shinobi nations because they were constantly at war with each other. Other continents have their own systems. Unless they threaten us, we leave them alone. And if they do threaten us, Onoki asked, The old Tsuchikage had retired from field duty, but served as an advisor. Then I'll demonstrate the same overwhelming force I used to unify this continent. But I'd prefer diplomatic contact first. Shikaku, arrange for an exploratory delegation. See if we can establish peaceful relations. Understood, Emperor. The session continued for hours. Infrastructure projects were approved, trade agreements finalized, research initiatives funded. The work of governance, tedious but necessary. When the session finally ended, Naruto retired to his private chambers. The imperial palace was massive, but he kept his personal quarters simple. A Viltrumite didn't need luxury, a knock at the door. Enter. Sasuke stepped in, now 30 years old and showing the maturity of a seasoned commander. We have a situation. What kind? Kaguya Otsutsuki. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Explain. Our research division was investigating ancient ruins in the land of ancestors. They discovered a sealed chamber. Inside was a woman, pale skin, white hair, Byakugan-like eyes, but with tomoe patterns. She calls herself Kaguya Otsutsuki and claims to be the origin of chakra in this world. Where is she now? Contained in a maximum security facility. But Emperor, Sasuke's expression was troubled. Her chakra levels are astronomical, multiple times higher than any tailed beast. If she's telling the truth about being chakra's origin, she could be a threat even to you. Naruto stood. Take me to her. They traveled to the research facility, a massive complex dedicated to studying chakra phenomena and ancient history. The maximum security wing contained a single cell, reinforced with every seal and barrier the Empire's best seal masters could design. Inside sat Kaguya Otsutsuki. She looked human, but her presence was distinctly alien. Her eyes, white with tomoe patterns, tracked Naruto as he approached. Her expression was neutral, but he could sense ancient intelligence behind it. You're the Emperor, she stated rather than asked. I am. You're Kaguya Otsutsuki, supposedly the origin of chakra. Prove it. She raised her hand. Chakra manifested in patterns Naruto had never seen, pure and primal, predating all modern techniques. The air itself seemed to ripple with power. I came to this world a millennium ago from a distant dimension, Kaguya explained. I ate the fruit of the god tree and gained the power you call chakra. I shared that power with humanity, but they used it for war, so I tried to reclaim it. My son sealed me away, and now I'm free again. Why are you telling me this? Because I recognize what you are. Her eyes studied him with unsettling focus. You're not from this world. Your body contains energy that isn't chakra. Your very existence defies this dimension's natural laws. What are you? Viltrumite, a warrior species from another reality. I died and was reborn here. Interesting. Two outsiders then, both seeking to shape this world. Kaguya stood. I assume you plan to kill or seal me again. The cycle continues. That depends. What are your intentions? If you're released, what do you do? Reclaim the chakra I distributed. Return this world to how it was before humanity weaponized the power I gave them. Her voice was cold. I am the origin. The power is mine. Its misuse is an offense I will correct. By killing everyone who uses chakra, billions of people, if necessary, they've proven themselves unworthy. Naruto considered. Your perspective is flawed. You gave power to humanity without teaching them how to use it responsibly. Then you were surprised when they misused it. That's not their failure. It's yours as a teacher. Kaguya's expression shifted slightly. Surprise? You would defend them? I would point out that the proper response to students misusing knowledge isn't execution. It's better education. You had the power to guide humanity toward responsible chakra use. Instead, you tried to reclaim everything by force. That's not justice. That's petulance. For the first time in a millennium, Kaguya looked genuinely taken aback. You would lecture me? I am a goddess. You're a powerful alien who made poor decisions and was sealed by your own children because they recognized those decisions were destructive. Naruto's voice was firm but not cruel. Your power is real. Your grievances may even be legitimate. But your proposed solution, genocide of everyone who uses chakra, is unacceptable. Then you will seal me again. No, I'll offer you an alternative. Naruto gestured to the world beyond the cell. This empire I've built, it's achieved what you failed to accomplish. Humanity using chakra responsibly. Wars ended. Power directed toward construction instead of destruction. Peace maintained through strength and wise governance. You think your empire can last? All empires fall. Perhaps, but it's lasted 10 years and grown stronger. The system works because it addresses the root causes of conflict while maintaining order. You could be part of that. Use your knowledge to help guide humanity toward better chakra use. Teach instead of destroy. Kaguya was silent for a long moment. Why would I serve your empire? Not serve. Contribute. You have knowledge of chakra that predates all modern understanding. That knowledge could advance our research by centuries. Help us develop techniques that prevent misuse. Guide the next generation toward responsible power application. Naruto met her alien gaze evenly. Or stay sealed. Your choice. But understand that if you choose violence, I will stop you. Permanently. You believe you could defeat me? I know I could. Your chakra is vast, but chakra-based attacks won't work on Viltrumite physiology. You can't absorb what I don't use, can't seal what you can't touch, can't outlast someone who doesn't tire. We could fight and you'd lose, so choose wisdom instead. Kaguya studied him for several minutes. Finally, she spoke. You're unlike anything I've encountered. Your arrogance matches your power, but you temper it with pragmatic philosophy. Very well, I'll accept your offer, temporarily. If your empire truly maintains the order you claim, I'll contribute to it. If it fails and chaos returns, I reserve the right to act. Fair enough. Naruto ordered the seals lowered. Welcome to the Shinobi Empire, Kaguya Otsutsuki. Try not to destroy anything. The integration of Kaguya Otsutsuki into the Empire's research division was challenging but ultimately successful. Her knowledge of chakra fundamentals revolutionized seal theory. Her ability to access other dimensions opened new avenues for exploration and resource acquisition. And surprisingly, she proved an effective teacher. Her ancient perspective provided insights that modern shinobi had never considered. 2 years after her release, the Empire's research division announced a breakthrough, a chakra-neutralizing seal that could disable hostile jutsu without harming the user. Applications ranged from law enforcement to defense against rogue shinobi. It was a game changer that made the Empire even more secure. Kaguya presented the research personally to the Imperial Council. This seal represents what chakra can achieve when properly directed. Protection instead of destruction. Control instead of chaos. Your emperor was correct. Education surpasses genocide. The admission from a self-proclaimed goddess that Naruto had been right sent ripples through the council. But it also reinforced the Empire's fundamental philosophy. Power without wisdom is worthless. 20 years after unification, Naruto stood on the same spot where he'd once declared his intentions, the Hokage Monument, now expanded to include all the Empire's founding leaders. He was 37, still in his physical prime, showing no signs of aging thanks to Viltrumite biology. Beside him stood his Imperial Guard, expanded to 50 members over the years. Sasuke, now 40, had gray in his hair but remained one of the Empire's deadliest fighters. Rock Lee, 42, could still open the 8th gate for full minutes, a feat that defied all medical understanding. Gaara had fully mastered Shikaku's power, is becoming the Empire's foremost expert on Biju integration, and there were newer members. Students who trained under the original guard, warriors from distant lands who'd proven their worth, even a few from the mysterious continent across the ocean who'd chosen to join after diplomatic contact was established. 20 years, Sasuke mused. Hard to believe it's been that long. Time passes whether we acknowledge it or not, Naruto replied. What matters is what we accomplish in that time. We've accomplished a lot. 0 wars, near universal education, technology advancing faster than ever, life expectancy increasing, crime rates dropping. Lee counted on his fingers. Your empire works, Sensei. It works because people believe in it, because the benefits outweigh the restrictions, because we've proven that strength can be used for construction instead of just destruction. Naruto looked at the city below, massive, prosperous, peaceful. The Viltrumite Empire failed because it only knew how to conquer. This empire will endure because it knows how to build. A messenger appeared, one of the new teleportation specialists trained by Kaguya. Emperor, the council requests your presence. There's been contact from beyond our dimension. Naruto's interest sharpened. Explain. A portal opened in the research facility. Beings emerged claiming to be from another reality. They say they're investigating dimensional anomalies and your presence is causing distortions. Take me there. The research facility's dimensional wing was in controlled chaos. Scientists and seal masters surrounded a massive portal that shimmered with unstable energy. Through it, Naruto could see structures that defied normal physics, spaces that bent in impossible ways, colors that didn't exist in natural spectrum. And standing before the portal were three figures in armor that looked both ancient and advanced. Their energy signatures were wrong. Not chakra, not ki, something else entirely. The lead figure spoke, their voice carrying across dimensions. I am Sentinel K of the Dimensional Integrity Corps. We monitor realities for anomalies that could cause collapse or fusion. Your presence here, Viltrumite, represents such an anomaly. Naruto stepped forward. I'm aware I don't belong in this dimension originally, but I've been here for decades. If I was going to cause dimensional collapse, it would have happened already. Not necessarily. Your presence has been creating small tears in reality, microfusions with your original dimension. Eventually, these could cascade into catastrophic dimensional bleeding. Kage gestured to scanning equipment. We've detected fragments of your original reality beginning to bleed through. If this continues, both dimensions could destabilize. What are you proposing? Return to your original dimension. The tears will seal naturally without your presence anchoring them. And if I refuse, then we will be forced to stabilize this dimension through other means, possibly including your removal by force. Naruto smiled without humor. You're welcome to try, but understand that I'm not leaving. This is my world now. My empire, my people. Whatever dimensional bleeding is occurring, we'll find another solution. There is no other. There's always another solution. You just haven't thought of it yet. Naruto turned to Kaguya, who'd arrived with the research team. You understand dimensions. Is there a way to stabilize the tears without me leaving? Kaguya examined the portal with her Rinne Sharingan. Possibly. If we could create a dimensional anchor that separates his Viltrumite essence from this reality's fundamental structure, the tears should seal while allowing him to remain physically present. Theoretically sound, one of K's companions admitted, but the anchor would need to be powered by something beyond both dimensions, a neutral energy source. The God Tree fruit energy, Kaguya suggested. It predates my arrival in this dimension, originates from the space between realities, could serve as a neutral anchor. The Dimensional Integrity Corps members consulted among themselves through some form of telepathy. Finally, K spoke. We'll permit the attempt, but if it fails, the Viltrumite must leave or face forced removal. Agreed? Agreed, Naruto said. How long do I have? 6 months. After that, the dimensional bleeding will become irreversible. The portal closed, the Dimensional Integrity Corps vanished, and Naruto was left with an ultimatum that could end everything he'd built. The next 6 months were a race against dimensional physics. Kaguya led the research team, working with the Empire's best seal masters and chakra theorists. They studied the God Tree's remnants, analyzed the dimensional tears, calculated the exact specifications needed for an anchor. Naruto continued governing the Empire while this research progressed, but he couldn't ignore the possibility that he might need to leave. He began preparing contingency plans, detailed instructions for how the Empire should function without him. Successors trained and ready to take over, systems that could maintain themselves even if their founder vanished. Sasuke confronted him one evening. You're preparing to leave. I'm preparing for the possibility. There's a difference. After everything we've built, you just abandon it? I'd hate to. But if my presence here causes dimensional collapse that kills billions, my preference is irrelevant. Naruto looked at his oldest student. That's what leadership actually means, Sasuke. Making decisions that hurt personally, but serve the greater good. Then let me go with you. If you return to your original dimension, you'll need warriors you can trust. No, you're needed here. The Empire needs continuity. You and Lee and Gaara and the others, you'll maintain what we've built. Make sure it endures even without me. I don't want to. I know, do it anyway. With 2 weeks remaining before the deadline, Kaguya announced success. The anchor is complete. Theoretically, we won't know if it works until we activate it, and activation will be intense. Define intense, Naruto requested. The anchor needs to separate your Viltrumite essence from this dimension while keeping your physical form present. That means essentially creating a personal pocket dimension around you. The strain on your body during the process could be catastrophic. Could I die? It's possible. Your Viltrumite durability should protect you, but we're dealing with forces beyond normal physics. Naruto considered. The alternative was dimensional collapse or forced removal. Either option was unacceptable. When can we attempt it? Tomorrow. We need to gather maximum ambient chakra and establish containment fields in case something goes wrong. The next day, the Empire's leadership gathered at the research facility. The Anchor, a complex seal array incorporating Kaguya's dimensional techniques, the God Tree's energy and seal theory from across the Empire, was prepared. Naruto stood in the center of the array. If this goes wrong and I die, Sasuke has command of the Imperial Guard. Tsunade handles civilian governance with the Council. The Empire continues. Is that understood? Understood, came the chorus of responses, though no one sounded happy about it. Then activate the Anchor. Kaguya and 20 Seal Masters simultaneously activated the array. Energy erupted, not chakra, not ki, something fundamental to reality itself. It wrapped around Naruto, pulling at his essence, trying to separate the Viltrumite biology from the dimensional framework. The pain was extraordinary. Naruto had fought for centuries, endured injuries that would kill normal beings, pushed his body beyond any reasonable limit. But this was different. This was reality itself trying to unmake him while simultaneously keeping him intact. His body convulsed. Blood vessels burst and healed and burst again. His bones fractured and reformed. His cells died and regenerated at impossible rates. And through it all, he refused to scream, refused to show weakness, remained standing through pure force of will. The process took 17 minutes. When it ended, Naruto collapsed. He woke up 3 days later in the medical facility. Sasuke sat beside the bed. It worked. The dimensional tiers are sealing. The dimensional integrity core confirmed the anchor is stable. You can stay. Naruto sat up slowly, assessing his condition. His body felt different. Still powerful, still Viltrumite, but somehow separate from the world around him. Like he existed in a bubble that touched this reality without fully integrating with it. How do you feel? Sasuke asked. Different, but functional. Naruto stood, testing his strength. Everything still worked. If anything, the separation from dimensional integration had made his powers more focused. The Empire? Stable. Everyone's been waiting for you to wake up. There's a lot of anxious people out there. Naruto walked to the window. Outside, the capital continued functioning. People going about their lives, trusting that their emperor would wake up, that the crisis would pass, that the stability they'd grown accustomed to would endure. I'm not going anywhere, Naruto said quietly. This is my world now, my empire, and I'll defend it against dimensional collapse or any other threat that emerges. Good, because we need you. No, you don't. You've all grown strong enough to maintain the empire without me. But I'm glad to be here anyway. 30 years after unification, Emperor Naruto stood before the Imperial Assembly, now representing not just the unified shinobi nations, but also the allied territories from across the ocean, and even contact with other dimensions facilitated by Kaguya's research. He was 47, but looked 30 due to Viltrumite biology. Gray touched his blonde hair, but his strength had only grown. 3 decades of peace had allowed him to train without constant war, to refine his techniques, to push his limits in controlled environments. He was stronger now than Thragg had ever been, wiser too, and his empire reflected that evolution. 30 years, Naruto began his address. 3 decades of unified peace. When we started this journey, many doubted it could last. Many predicted the empire would collapse within years. Many argued that human nature makes lasting peace impossible. They were wrong. Not because human nature changed, but because we built systems that channel human nature productively. Competition still exists, but through innovation and trade instead of war. Ambition still drives people, but toward building and creating instead of conquering. Strength still matters, but it's used to protect and maintain instead of oppress. This is what I promised when I first declared my intentions. An empire built on strength, but sustained through wisdom. A world where the strong lead, but also uplift. Where power is earned through contribution rather than birthright. Where peace is maintained through demonstrated superiority that makes war futile rather than through fear that breeds resentment. He paused, letting the words settle. We've achieved something unprecedented in human history. Multiple generations growing up without experiencing war. Children who've never feared invasion. Parents who don't have to send their kids to fight and die. That's not just peace. That's progress. But our work isn't finished. New challenges emerge constantly. Dimensional threats, environmental issues that require global coordination, resource management for a growing population. We face these challenges together as one unified empire, and we overcome them through the same principles that brought us here: strength, wisdom, unity. The assembly erupted in applause. Representatives from hundreds of territories, dozens of species, multiple dimensions, all united under a single banner, all working toward common goals. After the assembly concluded, Naruto retired to his private garden. It was a simple space, no luxury, just carefully maintained plants and a quiet pond. A place to think. Sasuke found him there, as he often did. Impressive speech. I meant every word. I know you did. That's why it was impressive. Sasuke sat beside Naruto on the garden bench. I've been thinking about what you said 30 years ago, about how I'd never surpass you, about how my revenge against Itachi was possible, but would take a decade of brutal training. And you were right. It took exactly 9 years of training under your methods before I was strong enough to beat Itachi. And even then, I didn't surpass you. Never have, never will. Sasuke smiled slightly. But I'm okay with that now, because I've found purpose beyond surpassing everyone. I've found meaning in protecting what we've built. That's growth, real growth, not just in power, but in understanding what power is for. They sat in comfortable silence for a while. Finally, Sasuke spoke again. Do you ever regret it? Being reborn here instead of staying dead in your original dimension? Naruto considered the question carefully. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd stayed dead. If Thragg's legacy would have been just another failed conqueror. But no, I don't regret being here. This life, this empire, it's what I was always meant to build. I just needed to die and be reborn to understand how. Reincarnation as character development. That's very philosophical for a Viltrumite. I've had 3 decades of peace to become philosophical. It's amazing what you can learn when you're not constantly fighting. A messenger approached, young, nervous to interrupt the Emperor's private time. Apologies, Emperor, but the Dimensional Integrity Corps has requested another meeting. They say they have important information about your original dimension. Naruto stood immediately. Where? The Dimensional Research Wing. They're waiting. Naruto and Sasuke arrived to find Sentinel Kage and their team standing before their characteristic portal. But their body language was different, less formal, more urgent. Emperor Naruto, Kage greeted. We bring news from your original dimension, the one you died in. What news? The war you died fighting, between the Viltrumite Empire and the coalition led by Invincible, it's ended. The coalition won. The Viltrumite Empire has collapsed completely. The surviving Viltrumites have scattered or integrated into coalition-controlled territories. Naruto processed this. The empire he'd spent centuries building, that he died defending, was gone. How long ago did this happen? In your original dimension's timeline? Approximately 5 years after your death. But time flows differently between dimensions. Here it's been 47 years. So everyone I knew, Omni-Man if he survived, and Nisa, the other Viltrumites, they're all either dead or changed beyond recognition. Most likely. The dimension has moved on without you. Sasuke watched Naruto carefully, trying to gauge his reaction, but the Emperor's expression was neutral, processing rather than emotional. Why are you telling me this? Naruto asked. Because we've detected something unusual. Fragments of your original consciousness, echoes of Thragg's memories and experiences, they're coalescing in your original dimension. Not enough to manifest as a full being, but enough to create disturbances. The coalition is investigating. They may eventually determine that you were reincarnated and attempt to locate you. Would they be able to cross dimensions? Invincible has access to dimensional technology. If he determined you were alive in another reality and posed a potential threat, he might attempt intervention. Naruto smiled. Then he'd be making a mistake. I'm not Thragg anymore. I'm not the Grand Regent who'd destroy a planet to prove a point. I'm Emperor Naruto, who's built something actually worth preserving. If Invincible comes here expecting a fight, he'll find something very different. We could seal the dimensional connection, Kay offered. Prevent any contact between realities. No, if my former enemy wants to see what I've become, let him. I'm not afraid of my past. I've evolved beyond it. The Dimensional Integrity Corps departed with warnings about monitoring for dimensional breaches. When they were gone, Sasuke turned to Naruto. You're really okay with possibly facing Invincible? The person who killed you? I'm curious, actually. He defeated Thragg because Thragg couldn't evolve beyond conquest. But I have evolved. I've built an empire that doesn't rely on fear or oppression. If he comes here, he'll see the difference. And maybe, Naruto's voice carried hope. Maybe he'll recognize that I learned the lesson he tried to teach Thragg all those years ago. That true strength includes wisdom? Exactly. Epilogue, 50 years after unification. The golden anniversary of the Empire's founding was celebrated across multiple dimensions. The capital hosted delegations from over 300 territories, including representatives from Naruto's original dimension, the coalition that had defeated the Viltrumite Empire and now maintained peaceful relations with Emperor Naruto's empire. Invincible had visited 3 years earlier. The meeting had been tense initially. The hero who'd killed Thragg facing the reincarnation of his greatest enemy. But Naruto had welcomed him openly, showed him the Empire's accomplishments, demonstrated that he truly evolved beyond the Grand Regent's philosophy. They talked for days about power and responsibility, about the costs of war and the value of peace, about learning from defeat and growing beyond original nature. In the end, Invincible had left with an understanding. Thragg was dead. Naruto was something new, something better. Now at 57 years old and 50 years into his empire's existence, Naruto stood before the assembled masses and reflected on the journey. 50 years ago, I was a genin, a child with impossible power and ancient knowledge. I promised to build an empire. Many laughed, many feared, many tried to stop me. But here we stand, 5 decades later, living in a world united not by fear, but by choice, not by suppression, but by mutual benefit. I'm not the same person who made that promise. I've grown, learned, made mistakes and corrected them, lost battles and won wars, died once and been reborn. And through it all, I've understood one fundamental truth. Power without purpose is just destruction. True strength requires knowing what you're fighting for, not just what you're fighting against. This empire, our empire, represents that understanding. We're strong enough to defend ourselves against any threat, wise enough to know when strength should be used and when it should be restrained, united enough to face challenges as one people rather than 1,000 squabbling factions. 50 years, 5 decades of peace. How many more can we achieve? That depends on us, on whether we maintain the principles that brought us here, on whether we remember that empires fall not from external conquest but from internal corruption, on whether we stay true to the vision of strength in service of wisdom rather than wisdom as excuse for cruelty. I am Emperor Naruto. I was once Grand Regent Thragg. I died as a conqueror and was reborn as a builder. This empire is my legacy, our legacy, and it will endure as long as we deserve it to endure. The celebration continued for weeks, but eventually, as all things do, it ended. The delegates returned to their territories. The capital resumed its normal rhythm. Life continued, and Naruto stood once more on the monument where this journey had begun, looking out over the world he'd promised to conquer and had instead transformed into something greater. Sasuke, now 70 and finally showing his age, joined him one final time. Any regrets? None. This life has been everything the last one wasn't, better in every way that matters. Think the empire will last after we're gone? If we've built it right, yes. We've created systems that don't depend on any single person, trained successors who understand the principles, established foundations strong enough to endure transitions of power. Naruto smiled. Besides, I'm not going anywhere for a long time. Viltrumites live for thousands of years. I've got centuries left to keep refining things. Lucky you, I've got maybe 20 years if I'm fortunate. Then make them count. That's all any of us can do. Make the time we have count for something. They stood together, Emperor and Commander, watching the sunset over an empire that had achieved what seemed impossible 50 years earlier. Peace. Real, lasting, sustainable peace built not on naive hopes, but on demonstrated strength and wise governance. The Viltrumite Empire had fallen because it knew only conquest. The Shinobi Empire endured because it understood that true conquest wasn't defeating enemies. It was building something so valuable that former enemies chose to join rather than resist. Naruto Uzumaki, once Thragg, Grand Regent of the Viltrumite Empire, had learned that lesson through death and rebirth. And in learning it, he created something that would outlive him, outshine him, become greater than any single person could be. That was his true strength. Not the power to destroy planets, but the wisdom to build civilizations. And as the sun set on the Empire's golden anniversary, Naruto knew his promise had been fulfilled. Not the promise to conquer, but the deeper promise, to create something worth existing in. To transform power into purpose. To prove that strength and wisdom weren't opposites, but partners in building a better world. The Empire would endure, and that was enough.
If you survived this brutal collision of chakra and raw strength, smash that like button. We are just scratching the surface of these insane timelines. Subscribe now to join the Legion and comment below which universe we should conquer next. Until then, stay curious and stay powerful.